Good morning. I had a nice long sleep today. Went and got groceries, and then got back here, got set up, and went to bed. I did set an alarm, so that's why I'm starting so late today. But it is the weekend, so I need to kill some mithril dragons. Fwick. Wait, what are they weak to? They are weak to magic and melee. Specifically stab. I'm gonna try killing him with the shadow. Fuck it. I feel like I should wear my ancestral hat, but I'll bring it. No, I'll not bring it. I'll bring my fucking Slayer helmet. And we'll get some food. Technically, I could bring blood magic too, so I can heal while I'm there and not even have to bring the food. We shall see, we shall see. Dive into whirlpool. Big 1. 4. 41. Oh, I should have brought my imbued heart too. This is actually hilarious. And I don't know why I never thought to check their defensive stats. But I usually would waste like a fuck ton of resources fighting these things. And now I'd be hitting fucking 55s and shit. Timican Shadow is literally the most busted weapon in the game. Hmm. Question is, do I stay? Complete the inventory? Maybe get the chewed bones? I think I do. Battle axe. Hell yeah. No, it's totally not enough to make up for how much I'm spending on the shadow here. More blood runes? How quickly do I start dying if I turn off my mage protect? Ow. Oh shit. I ran out of fire protection. And did not realize it. Well, let's turn on that again. I would really hate to die here with my fucking shadow out. what my max hit is with this thing. Oh. Hello?
Hello, is anyone there?
No, I am not here.
Oh, okay. Bye-bye.
I learned mithril dragons are weak to magic, apparently.
Yeah, I saw. That's how. Yeah, yeah. The tasks are super quick, anyways. I just use Dragon Hunter lands because I don't have a shadow.
Yeah. No, the DHL is probably faster. Still just crazy hitting fucking 50s on dragons, though. I don't even know what my max hit is yet.
I've got aberrant specters, or I'm doing deviant specters, but specters.
Yeah. I need to get another set of chewed bones is the only reason I'm, like, overstaying.
Uh huh. For
I
your
even,
elite
I've,
diary.
yeah. But I reckon I'll I already extended the Mithril Dragon task, and then, at some point, I'll get my chewed bones, and then I can block the task.
You should never block them. You should just unextend them. It only gives you like 1 to 9, and you just go kill 9 and get your free points and leave.
Yeah.
You should block iron and the steel because it gives you like a big quantity of them. But like that's what when I was watching Condor, a video of him explaining some of his blocks, and he was like, you
You know,
don't.
I can get behind that. My thing is, I just want to block anything that's not like AFKable. I really
That's
like
true.
being able to just fucking set up my cannon and walk away. Mithril Dragons, like if I'm playing another game, I can't kill Mithril Dragons.
That's true.
And I mean, that's the only reason I didn't do this task last night. I was playing Minecraft on the side, and I was like, well, fuck, I'm not. Chewed bones! Fuck
Let's
you, Mithril
go.
Dragons!
Let's
Get me the
go.
fuck
Let's
out of here!
go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Damn, bro.
go. I was your lucky charm.
Yeah, yeah, I just had to hop to Discord and talk to the whack.
That's it. That's it. That's all you needed, baby.
It's fucking crazy though.
I've been getting kind of spooned lately. I've made like 4 mil. I guess way more than that.
Yeah, like
Not
24
kind of.
mil.
Yeah,
Still
yeah. I've been
crazy you
getting.
got the Dragon Warhammer. That's dope.
Yeah. First shaman lizard task. I went to kill some shamans and yeah, free money. And now technically, unless I just want to like make money, I like could just go cannon the regular lizardmen when I get a task from now on. So I've got the collection log.
Yeah. I'm so excited I just got the chewed bones. That shit's going in the bank.
Bro, you're about to get a
And
dragon full helm. Oh, you can't make it yet?
no, I don't have 85 fire making.
Oh my
That's
god.
the reason I didn't do it in the first place. I didn't have the fire making level.
85. You get that? You can literally sneeze and get 85 fire making.
Yeah, at Winter Todd.
Gross.
I still
Just
gotta get
burn
the full
bones.
outfit.
Just burn the the wood.
Maybe after I get the outfit. What is this ancient page even for? Interesting. What the fuck is a logbook?
A log book. I don't know.
Yeah, the Mythal Dragons dropped us a fucking ancient page, and you click on it, it adds the scrap of information to your logbook.
Hmm.
Time to go get another Slayer task.
Oh,
One of my friends is probably gonna call me in a little bit.
okay.
I have no idea what about.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm I am just going to be slaying probably for the next 3 or 4 hours.
Okay.
I will be slaying.
At some point tonight, I'm probably gonna go do some more butterflying.
Mm,
I don't know if you saw last night. I did a live stream. I did like 6 hours of just fucking butterflying. Akka
dang.
didn't even run a full Toa. I got
When are
nerd logged.
you're gonna carry me, bro?
Maybe. I don't know how the path or like the aggro works on Akka. Um, welcome to the chat, Sir Elfin. Let's get that Jad task, huh? Yeah. Nope. Fucking Suka's great. That's crazy. But yeah, I know with Baba, the way that his aggro works is um basically whoever has the lowest HP in the second phase takes aggro.
Mm,
So if we're both max HP, that would be me. If you take any amount of damage, then it would probably be you. If I take damage, then it would probably be me.
oh,
Um,
because I'm
I,
99 and you're lower?
yeah.
Ah, okay.
But uh, we wouldn't even have to worry about that if I could teach you how to do the red Xing. If you want to learn how to do it,
Yeah.
it's all right. The main thing is just saving resources in that room because you don't have to worry about the big boulders. You don't have to worry about like basically any of Baba's mechanics. And that's part of why people butterfly. I didn't realize it, but if you butterfly properly, Akka can still phase change if you get unlucky. But if you're perfect, there's only going to be a couple of opportunities for him to do it, and those opportunities are going to be like anytime that he um, does like the Simon Says puzzle, or when he does the police phase. That's what I'm calling it now. Um, so
Police?
yeah, where you know some people are black, some people are white.
Yes, I know what you're talking about now.
Yep, police phase. This is the perfect opportunity for me to try out the Venator bow. I caved in and finally bought one. Somebody told me it was like really good for Slayer, and I was like, bet. Anything to make Slayer easier is fine with me. Although, what arrows should I get?
Amethyst. Step down from
Amethyst arrows?
dragon.
Okay.
That's what I run. I thought the Venator row had its own ammo, so yeah, it's like
No, it uses arrows.
I mean I'm using amethyst right now with my T-bow. I only use dragon inside of raids and like bossing and stuff.
Yeah, it's probably smart. Yeah, I definitely didn't want to use Dragon, because I mean, I'm just doing Slayer. If I use Dragon, it's just going to be wasting money.
Yeah, I have 3,000 in amethyst for about 500k. It's only so cheap. And they're the second
There's,
best arrow in the game.
yeah. Let's see. Slayer helmet. I bought 2 pieces of Masori for running TOB or TOA. If I get one more range level, I can sell back the chaps and get like another 50 mil back in my bank.
Damn. Oh, another tip I
Or
got for
44 mil.
Slayer: when you use ranged, you should put on devout boots and Ring of the Gods because like 99% of the time you're praying defense and you can pray rigor for like a long time, and then a Abused Ring of the Gods gives you the prayer, and the devout boots
Yeah,
gives you prayer.
that's
It's just
fair.
really good. So I've
Um,
been doing that because the Peggies really aren't worth it. The army boo boots aren't really worth it unless you're bossing, and
yeah.
the
Well, my
archer's
main
ring
question
kind
is
of sucks
like,
too.
what should I wear for? See, like usually I would bring like the Bofa, but for tasks where I'm bringing the Venator bow, I still don't know what armor to bring. I guess that's the.
Do you have Masori?
I have 2 pieces of Masori,
Which ones?
the chaps and the helmet. I'm not gonna bring the helmet because I'm on task.
Yeah.
So then my next
Um.
best is gonna be like Guthix D'hide or Ceradoman
Then just
D'hide.
yeah, that's what I would do. Just bring some Ceradomin D'hide.
But I kind of feel like I shouldn't even have like obviously I have to have the Masori for right now to get through TOA. But when I get one more range level, I won't need it, and then I'll probably sell it back because I kind of agree with you that like having Masori without a TiVo is kind of a waste.
Yep.
Um, at least I could spend that money on something else. Um,
Same way with my. I don't know. I asked my friend Shady. He's finally started playing again. I sent him my all my bank and everything in a picture and asked him what I should do, and he said I should start buying Torva. And I was like, well, before Scythe, and he was like, yeah. And then he's like, you can buy Scythe after. Probably Shadow is what you want next, though. So I was like, Scythe last. I don't know. Shadow just seems really strong too. I've been watching you use it, and if we do start running more Toa, 2 Shadows. Go Burr.
yeah, the when I was running TOA with Chinfet, he's got a shadow, and dude, we were just melting shit. Like it was so fucking free. Like I feel like it's the same way like with your Tebow when we're fighting like Zebek or like anything that's like weak to it.
Yeah.
But like everything's weak to the shadow at TOA. Um, there's only a couple of rooms where I don't use it just because I've been told not to get in that habit of using it there. Like I forget what the name of the guy is.
Baba.
Yeah, there and Kefri. Those are the only two
Yeah.
places I don't really use it. Oh, I bought that HDMI adapter for my GameCube
Yeah.
and an HDMI splitter and some power strips because I don't have fucking enough outlets to that setup.
If I order you games, will you play them?
Yeah, I can live stream them.
Sick. Yeah. I'll order you some my two like favorite were I told you Super Mario
I already
Sunshine.
have
I think
Sunshine. Yeah.
you don't like it, right?
Well, I didn't like it when I was having to deal with the input lag. I haven't played it in like a year. I'd be willing to play through it, like on stream, if the lag isn't bad, which I'm hoping is the case. Um, if the lag is bad, I'll just get a new TV.
I
Um,
that is my favorite Mario game. So probably my favorite
dude,
GameCube game. My second favorite GameCube would probably be Dragon Ball Z Budokai. I think is what it's called. Let me look it up.
you know the funny thing is, the only reason I got the GameCube was so that I could play Game Boy Advance games on my TV.
Wow. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z Budokai came out on the GameCube in 2002. What else? Sonic games on the game. There's a really fun Sonic game I had on the GameCube that I played all the time. It was called um
Oh yeah.
it
Bro,
was
the
called
cannon plus the Venator
Sonic
bow?
Adventure 2 on the GameCube. It was one of my favorites. It was a ton of fun. I used to love platforming games and like games like that. Nowadays, I just hate them. But
I
when I
think
was a
I've
kid,
seen somebody
loved
play
them.
that game. Like the 3D Sonic where like
Yeah,
you kind of like run around and fight shit.
yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah,
There's like
I watched Only Plays play through it.
the levels are really cool, and you can like hatch eggs and stuff in the game. It's interesting. I remember having fun with it as a kid.
Yeah, my thing is like now that I'm not really playing Counter-Strike, I want to get as many like as much variety as I can with my live stream. Because I feel like that'll help me kind of establish like a niche and also just like people that want to watch me play games rather than people that want to watch me play a specific game. Because that was one of the things that I hated about playing so much Counter-Strike is I felt like I was stuck to only playing Counter-Strike. Um, and even then, when I would live stream for Counter-Strike, like nobody would stick around.
Yeah, RuneScape, man, get a healthy following. Start uploading guides. Be the next Condor. He makes bank. He has a small, like, dedicated, like, 200 viewers. People donate like crazy to him.
Yeah, it really doesn't take a lot of people to like circumvent your income or at least like supplement it. Like it'd probably be a while before I was making more from streaming than like doing my job. But my job already doesn't pay me enough to live in Huntsville. So it's like I don't really need the amount of money that I make from my job anymore. Um, like if I like stop wasting so much money on stupid shit, um, it'd be a lot easier for me to like actually
Buying
get into
bonds.
live streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard not to. That's why I'm training so much Slayer. Because
Yeah, I'm
with
just waiting
Slayer,
for
you
that shadow
actually
drop, you
make
know?
money. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like that picture I sent of that guy that got one in his very first KC
No,
and a normal.
I
How did that make you
disapprove.
feel?
Wasn't he an Iron Man though?
Yeah.
Okay, I respect him. Only on that basis though. He's any other person? Fucking dog shit individual. Yeah, I think the best thing about the Venator boat is like the charges for it are dirt cheap. It's like I think 10 GP a charge. It holds
Uh,
50,000 charges, so it was like 500k to like fully charge it. And it seems to be speeding up the Suka task. Or Suka task, my bad.
I have Suka's blocked.
Yeah. Big L.
No, not a big L. Nope, I'm about to be 82 Slayer.
Hell yeah. What are you going for?
99.
Oh shit, like straight there?
No. But, I mean, I've just been kind of grinding Slayer whenever I'm not playing another game. If I'm playing another game, I'm wood cutting.
Yeah.
Got to 93 wood cutting. And doing whatever task it gives me. Never skipping. Trying to build my stack of points back up.
Yeah. I'm on a 130 task streak.
Mine is 145.
Yeah.
582 points.
That 100-point task streak is huge though. You get like so many fucking points for just like one task.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my 150 tonight. 35 task with 4 more after this. Vectors are slow. Even with Tilo. Could do the lower level specters, I guess. Oh well.
Need to add some of this shit to the fucking block list. I don't need Super Tooths anymore. I don't remember what it's called. Do you remember the plugin name for like all the drop shit? Is it Entity Hider? I
Yeah.
think it's Entity Hider. No, it's not Entity Hider.
Or just search item, maybe?
Ground items. There we go. Yo, welcome to the chat. Two more suckers left. I didn't know you can glob in Runelight, but you can just like put Suka star and it'll block anything that starts with Suka. So I don't know, it cleaned up my ground items a lot easier to fucking see. Get me the fuck out of here. I still love that Portal Nexus map.
Yeah, I love that shit. That was a good one. So was the spirit tree moving out of like the bigger.
Well, I found there's actually a map for the Spirit Tree too.
Oh.
I don't know which one I like more though, the list or the map. I've been trying the map for a little while. Anku. Ooh. Ooh. At least it's only 50.
You come to him at my world. I'm in the Corinne catacombs. I'll come see you as I run by.
Catacombs are current? Okay.
Yep. As I run by and reset my aggro on these specters.
I don't use NPC contact because I'm a crackhead, and I think I have better luck if I like come talk to the person, or I can like use my people skills, like talk to them in person, and I don't have to swap spellbooks all the time. I'm just really lazy, which I guess doesn't make sense. I feel like the opposite of being lazy. Yeah, let me gear up and I'll hop over there. I don't think you can cannon in Corinne, can you?
No.
Sad, I just bought 10,000 cannonballs.
You can get the totem pieces to fight Skatizo.
Why would I want to do that?
Pet?
Hmm. It's not the pet that I want. I want the mining pet.
Then why aren't you mining?
Good fucking question.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Gov, I'll come quietly. Sorry, I'm getting arrested right now. I've been released. Ooh, I got an uncut emerald for Hunter. I cannot log into that world. But you already knew that. Let's see. Anku are down here. Let's run south. Oop, not what I wanted to click. There's the crack. There's the crack. I will climb through the crack. Do not hit me. I assume these guys attack with melee. Blood runes. I'm not gonna have any inventory space to pick shit up. Good thing these guys probably don't drop anything important.
Drop runes. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I might want to pick up some of the runes. Trying to figure out where I should stand so that they like path into me. I feel like the middle of the room. I also don't know where all of their spawns are. Oh yeah, this is nice. I can just fucking sit here. Oh. The only reason I didn't like this task when I first saw it is I thought I was gonna have to go to fucking barbarian village or whatever. Climb down the stronghold of security.
No, you don't have to do that. There's
Yeah.
a whole bunch of them over there.
Oh shit, there's an uncut sapphire for your boy Hunter. So funny, I feel like a goblin when I'm over there in the Motherlode mine. So I'll see like 3 gems on the floor and I'll like run all the way to them. I've only encountered like 2 or 3 people that do that shit. I'm just like, damn. Nobody's picking up these fucking emeralds. The rubies. I feel like people don't drop diamonds though. I've only seen 1 diamond dropped. Apparently that's like the threshold where it's like worth keeping. My Slayer level is only 75. Very low Slayer. Oh, and you know those skeletal wyverns, the like safe spots I was showing you?
Mm-hmm.
I got a skeletal wyvern task last night. I brought the telegraph runes with me. So I was like telegraphing the loot from like miles away. It's fucking fun.
Oh yeah, so you have the divine pouch, right? So for standard spellbook, the optimal is nature, law, steam, and dust.
Okay, nature lost steam dust. I'll probably
Uh-huh.
forget that before I get to bed in my bank.
You can like cast basically the entire spellbook, all utility spells, and almost every teleport. I think
So nature, fire. Wait, nature.
nature, steam, laws, and dust.
Nature, steam, law, dust. Nature, law, steam, dust.
Just message it to yourself or to me.
Uh, I still just don't understand how people go for 99 Slayer before everything else.
They're savages, dude. Uh, they don't want to spend money on buy bonds, so they use Slayer to make money. Yeah, makes sense.
That's fair. You know, even though these guys aren't fucking cannonable, the Venator bow makes it more entertaining. Still trying to like rationalize this purchase to myself, you know?
Yeah.
This is like the second task I've ever used it on.
I'll switch to your world.
Oh well, I mean, I'm about to be done.
Already?
Yeah, I've got 6 left.
I
These
made
are
my
the final
appearance.
3.
I was there for a second.
I saw you. Bro, I went and got groceries today. I spent fucking $300.
Bro, what'd you buy? Freaking.
Uh, steak, chicken, pot roast kit, uh, and like the other essentials that I needed.
And then $50 in Steam.
No,
$100 RuneScape card.
definitely not that. I wish I had.
I just thought it'd be funny if it was like you spending $100 on groceries, and you're like, yeah, and I bought these four Jagex cards for $50 each. And I don't know how it ended up being $300.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, you know? I'm gonna give them the Anku. Where are you fighting? Oh.
The inspectors, I sit here and just AFK, and they just shoot me, and I just spin in a circle and kill them.
They're real stinky.
Yeah, sure.
What do they attack with? Mage?
Mage. They're gonna kill you, bro.
Nah.
There you go.
Toad Flaxseed? Bro, there's a guy over here at Aberrant Specters and he's just leaving seeds on the ground.
I'm out of fucking potions, bro. I'm about to have to leave.
Oh, you want some
I
prayer
can't, I can't,
pots?
I can't trade with you, bro. I'm in combat.
They'll be there in
I'll have to go over here. I'll have to go. Oh, you're dropping them. Okay, okay. Where'd you
Oh, I
drop them
can
from?
drop them. No, no, no. Let's go over here. Let's go find a little corner, you know?
These guys are usually pretty chill. You can usually stand like right here.
They must be really nearsighted, you know?
Oh
Oh,
shit.
it's the price of convenience right there.
Sick, bro. Sick.
I have to be so close to attack shit with this thing. But
How are
once I'm
you
in range...
aggroing? You stole all the aggro, bro.
Oh,
Rude.
sorry. I have the aggro.
You do.
Yeah, they just... You must smell like a lot like they do, you know what I mean? So like they wanna stink me up because I don't smell right.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Bro, this dude's fucking dropping emeralds and shit over here. I should tell Hunter to get his ass over here.
Oh my god.
Fucking battle staff on the ground. Speaking of, I need to go buy. Oh, I got a
That's
Grammy Renard. I'll go
82
bank that
Slayer.
right now. Right now?
Yeah, just hit it.
Nice, nice. I was the first one to say congratulations because they were in mid conversation.
Yes.
That's always the saddest thing with like you hit like a big accomplishment, but they're already having a conversation. They just
Yep.
ignore your level up. It's like, yeah, fuck you guys. uh,
It's okay. Not that important.
yeah, me neither. I have 8.3 mil in seeds. It's crazy. I feel like my seed vault value goes up and down with the fucking wind. Because yesterday it was like 7.7. Oh wait, then I added like 4 snapdragons. Or maybe it was like 7. I can't remember. Maybe that's why it went up. Let's me go purchase some battle staves. Battle staves, battle staves. Give me my battle staves.
Bro, these fucking prayer potions coming in clutch.
Yeet.
Thanks, bro.
No problem. I didn't figure I needed them, considering I was just fucking around killing the stinky guys. Off
Yeah,
task.
literally just taking my KC off task,
And your loot.
yeah.
I got 2
Yeah,
fucking free emeralds.
yeah, bro, those, you take them. You take them.
More sukas! Fuck off! Give me
Go
something
back-to-back
good, bitch.
Sukas?
No, it's a quick task. You know what I mean? It's like not
Blocked.
even that big of a deal. It's just why do they give it to me all the time? You know?
Blocked.
Well, the thing is, if I block Sukas, there's gonna be a new Suka that they give me all the time that I don't want to fight. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather be something stupid easy.
You have quest cape. You have all the blocks tasks and like.
Yeah, but I only want to
All,
block shit that's not AFK.
oh,
I like AFK for Slayer.
just like money. When I do Slayer, I usually don't AFK it. I usually am paying attention.
If I play this game, I'm usually AFK mentally.
If I'm AFK, I'm skilling.
Oh, yum.
Wanna be a baller, shot caller, 20-inch rims on the Impala.
Nature, law, steam, dust.
Yeah, you can even cast bones to peaches.
Wow. I can.
And telegrab.
I like telegrabbing. That way I can grab somebody and then not realize it was me. I wish I could cast telegrab on a person and just like in their
Wanna
like
come
game
over
chat it's like
too?
you feel like you've been touched.
You feel like you've been touched. Oh my god, it's like the equivalent of like a weird person poking you on Facebook.
Yeah. Just be like miles away. You see a little purple orb come from fucking nowhere out of render distance. Whoa, I can cast home teleport? Fuck, why did
Yeah,
I bring this cape then?
that's what I'm saying, dude. It's the optimal.
Oh, that's telling me how many mobsters I have to kill. I thought it was how many rubs I had left. I am an idiot. Am indeed an idiot. I don't know what I should protect prey here at Suka's. The best thing about the Venator bow slash cannon combo, the cannon pulls aggro and then my Venator bow just kind of slaps shit. So fucking AFK. I really want to try the Venator bow on Black Demons. I haven't gotten a Black Demon task since getting the bow. But I feel like that's like the... Well, Black Demons are also a little too big, so it might not even work there. Yeah, I got the stuff to make 2 patches of fried chicken this time.
Ooh,
Yep. And I
probably
got
gonna
some...
make a steak tomorrow. I could make a steak right now, actually. Fuck, I'm kind of hungry now that I think about it.
Yeah,
After
I
the
got
Slayer
2
task, I'm
ribeyes.
gonna make a fucking. Yeah, I have a ribeye in the fridge.
Hell yeah. I need to get one of those like drip trays. I was looking for that at Publix and I couldn't find one. Like one of those little pans you put in the fridge, but it's got like a little rack built into it.
Here, you don't need to do that. Just listen to me.
I know you do the
Take your.
paper towel thing. I
I do the
usually do
paper
that.
towel. I do paper towels with lots of salt, and you put it back in the fridge for 30 minutes, and the salt wicks out the moisture from the steak.
Yeah. But yeah, that works really good. I just want to get one of those little trays to try it out too. I like trying stuff.
You should try like a peppercorn kind of like thing. You get like that thick pepper, like the kind you grind up yourself and like cover the
Yeah.
steak in it. And you like, go to sear it, it gives like a pepper crust.
Hmm. Yeah, I'll try it sometime.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I buy the peppercorns and grind them, yeah. Just better that way. I don't like big pepper, you know what I mean? I like the...
It doesn't like big pepper. Bro. It likes supporting small pepper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
those
local
things.
shit.
Yeah, bro. Got a pepper farmer down the street, man. That guy, Jose, dude, he fucking.
He's got all the peppercorns. How do you even make a peppercorn? Like, what the fuck is a peppercorn? Is it like a little baby pepper that they like dehydrate or something? I need to go fucking how it's made.
Black pepper is a flowering vine. It just comes off of a vine. Native to the coast of India. The spice trades, bro. They're trading fucking
Oh, it's
pepper.
like a little seed pod. It doesn't look edible. Gonna be real. Like the plant, it looks poisonous.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't want to eat just straight pepper, would you?
Yeah, it's generally not very fun. I prefer hot sauce. When you think they're gonna add Soul Split to old school RuneScape?
Never. Soul Split was kind of OP.
Oh yeah, that was busted as hell. Like if you didn't
In
have
here.
Soul Split, that was like your grind. And if you did have Soul Split, that was the only thing that fucking mattered because you could sustain pretty much any amount of damage. As long as you're
I
dealing
remember
damage.
that they this guy killed Jad in like 1.5 seconds. I'm sure I can find the video still. But using Soul still.
You wanna know how I got my Fire Cape on RS3?
Oh,
You know those instant kill darts
no,
that do like 10,000 damage per dart?
no. I never really played. I barely played RS3.
Well, there was an item that would deal like 10,000 damage. You could use it to basically one-shot just about anything. Um, yeah, I brought like 2 or 3 of those to Jad and just fucking said goodbye. Then I felt really accomplished with myself for having a fire cape.
Fire Cape.
And then I don't think I ever even really worn it. I didn't really do much PVM on RS3. I mostly just mined. Oh, yeah. Next would have been smart too. Yeah, it's crazy how cursed that game is. I think you can even buy those darts on the GE now in RS3.
Wow.
Death touched dart. Are they tradable? Are they tradable? They are not tradable. Okay, somebody lied to me. They told me that you could buy them on the GE. Someone lied to me. Bro, I've had a Bofa for like a long time, Zippy. What are you talking about?
Both of these nuts.
Yeah, it's funny. He chatted both of these nuts the other day, and YouTube's like auto moderation deleted his fucking comment.
Oh yeah.
How you doing, Zippy? Did you order those computer parts? Zippy doesn't respond to me. I think one of my favorite things about Zippy is he's like super ADD.
Oh yeah.
Like I've got ADHD pretty bad, but like I feel like his is like stronger than mine. 32 mithril dragons. Fuck. I already got my chewed bones. Hmm. Should I block them?
No, just unextend them.
Hmm.
You should have probably never extended them to begin with.
Well, I didn't realize I was gonna get the fucking chewed bones on my 5 kill count. I thought it would take another 96 like the first time. Hmm. Because the fucking thing that I was following, Theoatrix's whatever for the block list.
What are you doing here? I got 196 Dagonos.
See, he suggests for AFK to block Mithril Dragons, which I kind of agree with. For profitable, he suggests blocking Sukas, Ankus, Fire Giants, and Bloodvelds.
Yep.
Welcome home.
I don't have
You
blood
kind of
velds
creeped me
blocked
out a little
though.
bit.
They're too easy XP.
But for fast XP, you block Abbey Demons, Black Demons, Fire Giant, Hellhound, Drake Worm, Greater Demon, Aberrant Spectre, Cave Kraken.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Hmm.
block the Kraken because it gives money.
Hmm. Let's see. I've got 200 points. I could block this task, and then if I get another bad task, I could block it too. Although I don't mind doing the Skeletal Wyverns. They're actually kind of AFK, which means I've got effectively 2 free blocks after that too. But if I unextend... Wait. So if you unextend a task, does it...
This goes back to normal.
But do you have to pay to reactivate it?
Yeah.
It's
You just kind
fucked.
of wasted your points.
Fuck. Of course that's how things would happen though. So... But Hmm. If I block the task, I'm wasting another 100 points. Um, 1 second. Oh, I'm getting double called.
Oh, I'm about to go make some food. I'm probably not gonna make a steak anyways. I'm just gonna throw something in the air fryer.
I might invite him to my Discord. Invite to server. Hello.
Hello, hello. How did you have to give me a new role?
Yeah, I made all of the RuneScape rooms private because like most of the people on this server play Counter-Strike and not RuneScape.
Understandable.
I'm put in a bit of a weird spot right now. So Mithril Dragons, they give you they have like a 1 in 42 chance to drop chewed bones, which are
Mhm.
used for a hard diary. So I was like, well, while I'm doing Slayer, I'll extend my Mithril Dragons task so that I get more Mithril Dragons so I get more rolls at the drop rate, right? Because
Mhm.
the first time I went to do Chewed Bones, it took me 96 Mithril Dragons to get it. So I was like double the drop rate. So I extend the task. Uh, when I got assigned 5 Mithril Dragons. Um,
Oh.
and I stay for like the full inventory, and I get the Chewed Bones after I extended the task, which didn't even apply to that task. So now I'm getting assigned Mithril Dragons again. I don't need the Chewed Bones anymore. It costs me 120 Slayer points to extend the task. If I unextend the task, I don't get the points back and I can't re-enable it without paying another 120. If I block the task, that's 100 Slayer points wasted. Because usually you get like 5 Mithril Dragons and it's not bad to kill them. So it's like, do I unextend the task, grind through the 32 that I have right now, or do I block the tasks so that I don't have to do them in the future?
Hmm.
And it's like if I block the task, now I'm committing to wasting 120 Slayer points because I paid 120 to extend it and then 100 to block it. So I, it's just so fucking dumb. It's like, of course, the task that I extended it didn't even apply to is the task that
Mhm.
I get the chewed bones from. The only reason that I was willing to extend it in the first place. So now I don't need it. Oh, I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do.
Hmm. Well, unless I misunderstood something, it sounded like there was a minimal Slayer point loss in there somewhere.
Oh yeah, the
So
120 that I have already spent to
maybe
extend the
just go with that
tasks.
one.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I can't think of a reason that I would want to extend Mithril Dragons in the future. But if I did, I'd have to spend 120 points to do it again.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I just don't know.
What's the reason you would want to do it again?
If I needed chewed bones, that's literally the only reason I would ever do Mithril Dragons again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said that you got the chewed bones.
I did. That's the thing. So they're not really good money. They're not AFK. They're not good
Wait, so you would
XP.
only want to extend them if you did get chewed bones.
No, if I still needed to get chewed bones.
Gotcha. So you don't have a reason to extend it in the future.
Not really.
Okay, I don't know what the problem is. Maybe I didn't listen very well. I'm also watching the Race to World First right now.
I think you're making a good point. Maybe I should just unextend them and yeah.
Does it cost anything to unextend them?
No, it's just I
You just
paid
lose what
120.
you.
Yeah, I lose my investment.
Yeah. But like, I see. And so I don't know 100% how Slayer Task works. So I guess you buy the extension and all future ones are extended.
Yep.
Gotcha.
But I don't really want to do Mithril Dragon tasks. So
Right.
if
You don't
I
actually want them extended anymore.
right. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like
Well,
there's
yeah,
two
I mean,
ways
it
of
just
doing
sounds
it.
like you got lucky slash unlucky.
Yeah, lucky and of course the one time that I'm lucky it would be in the most unlucky way possible, right? Where
Right.
it's like it's gonna cost me 120 Slayer points to be lucky. Anyways.
Right.
But I guess the point
I
is
mean,
if
in
I
theory, either way, you were going to spend 120 Slayer points. You just got lucky in how little
well
Mythical Dragons you had to do.
yeah, well
But
initially
I guess you were saying that.
I was gonna block Mithril Dragons altogether because I was
Uh,
like they're not AFK and I'm going for like AFK Slayer training.
right.
But the counter argument to that is when you get a Mithril Dragon task that's not extended, it's between 1 and 9. Killing like 9 Mithril Dragons doesn't take very long.
Right. So you're just wondering whether or not you should block it as well?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hmm,
Because if I block it, now's like the best chance to do it, because you can only block a task when it's assigned to you.
right.
And
Yeah, I mean, if I would just say if you want to block it, then yeah, you just kind of eat the 120.
I
It's
just hate it.
unfortunate, but it is what it is.
It's just so funny to me how it played out to where like I was gonna block it. I was like, but wait, no, I need the chewed bones. So it's like actually I'm gonna extend it, and then I get it that task,
What
and
what
and so
drop
the
did you get it on?
uh like 10 or 11. I got assigned 5, but I
So
stayed for the full inventory.
gotcha. So you wouldn't have gotten. Wait, can you kill Mithril Dragons without the task?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, never mind.
the extension didn't even apply to that task because I extended it after I was assigned it. So like, if I block this task, I will have never done an extended Mithril Dragons task.
Wait, why did you ever extend it then if you got the bones before you?
I extended it before I went to kill the 5.
Oh, so you extended it and didn't have a task?
Well, if you buy an extension, it doesn't apply to your current assignment. So I got my new task. Then I was like, oh hey, it's Mithril Dragons. I should extend those. I go and extend to those. Then I go kill the 5 that I was assigned and got the chewed bones.
Gotcha.
So I've never done an extended task.
Right.
And I'm considering blocking them now. So it's like I
Yeah.
will never do an extended task.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but you also don't actually want to do an extended task. So I mean,
Yeah, I
it
really
does
don't because
suck, but it does
it's
seem
gonna
like the
consume
answer
time.
is just to
Block them.
yeah, just block it.
Yeah, I blocked them. Fucking 220 points gone.
And it's just
There's
fortunately
so much.
unfortunate.
There's so much other stuff I could do with my points.
Yeah.
Like unlock boss tasks. Could have done that, but now I can't. Oh
Yeah.
well.
Well, I mean, the alternative, right, was, do 3 or 4 extended tasks and you happen to get it, and then you still would have ended up blocking it, right?
Yeah, it just would have felt a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something else that like you would rather buy at the moment, then yeah, I could see just leaving it how it is for right now.
Oh, it was so worth it. I just got a Jad task.
Oh, nice. Are you saying that you wouldn't have if you didn't block it?
Probably not,
Yeah,
because I wouldn't have been at
depending
this
on how
place at
the
this time, you know.
RNG, yeah, true. Depends on
If
how
we didn't,
they
and you know, if you
randomly
really think about
decide.
it, if you didn't call me, we wouldn't have had this conversation. I might not have blocked them.
It's true.
And then if we didn't talk
You're
about it for
welcome.
so long, I might have instinctively like done it on fucking impulse. And
Yeah.
then it would have been the wrong time to get the Jad task. I'd be killing Sukas again.
Yep.
Well, I think that means tomorrow I'm doing a Jad task live stream. I would do it now, but I want to go to Toa tonight, and it's already midnight, so should probably go do that. I'm gonna do that.
Wait, what?
Uh, well, I was just saying that means I get to go kill Jed tomorrow.
Oh, gotcha.
I assume you're playing World of Warcraft, yes?
I'm not playing. I'm just watching the Race to World first right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got home about 10 from work, so I'm just kind of tired. Which that sounds a lot worse than it is. I'm doing a swing shift right now, so I didn't go in till 9. But
In the morning?
yeah,
Still like 13 hours.
well, you gotta count the drive, so 12
Oh,
hours there. But um, I work 3 12s, so I get 4 days off. But yeah, I do have to work a 12-hour shift.
I could see 312s being fine. I would actually way rather work like really hard for 3 days and then get back to my life. Because I think the worst thing about working like a 9 to 5 is like half of every single day except for 2 days out of the week is just wasted.
Yeah,
I mean, for the purpose of making money, so it's like worth it, but it's like,
yeah.
I
Funny
don't
enough,
know,
I'm actually moving to a normal shift.
a
Um,
little more.
and honestly, I don't know if it's worth it. Like the 4 days feels great, but they go by like insanely fast. And the 3 days that I work, I just don't hardly do anything else because
Yeah,
especially if you account for the drive, it's really 14 hours of my day. So if I want to get 8 hours of sleep every night, I get 2 hours to eat, take a shower, brush my teeth, and everything. So I basically don't do anything for 3 days.
yeah.
Except for, work and get tired. So
Which then
it
means
is
like
nice. It's
the first day of
probably
your time
better.
off is like a sleep day.
Yeah. Like I don't want to do anything Monday, so I don't most of the time. And I don't get anything done on the weekend, so I have to do everything that needs to get done during the week as well.
Yeah.
And so those 4 days just honestly don't end up feeling like enough. But um maybe I'll regret it whenever I go back to a regular shift.
Yeah, I'm curious to know. Like, definitely let me know how that transition goes and which one you think you prefer.
Yeah, I will.
I'm gonna gear up and do some more butterflying. I'm working on learning some new techniques for this raid that basically like negate all of the mechanics that I usually have to deal with.
Hmm.
Well, the question is, do I fully gear up for Toa or just go in and practice? I think I go in and practice a little bit before I fully gear up, actually.
Uh, at work today, me and one of the inspectors were,
Inspectors.
yeah, we were reading about reading from some NASA website that's probably public. Um,
Most are.
yeah, I think it is. I don't know where one of the REs got it from, so I don't know how to get back to it or anything. Um, we were nerding out and talking about compressible fluid flow and Venturi nozzles. And we were trying to figure out whether or not fluid could accelerate past the speed of sound without first entering a converging nozzle and then exiting a diverging nozzle.
Hmm.
Do you know anything about compressible fluid flow?
Nope.
It's pretty neat. It's how like jet engines and rocket engines work. At least it's a very important principle of them.
Yeah.
If you have so you know how if you have some fluid flowing through something and you reduce its exit area, the velocity will go up. So like you take
Yeah.
your water hose and you put your thumb over it
Yeah, like a
and
power washer
it
or
squirts
whatever.
further. Yeah, yeah.
And likewise, the inverse of that is true.
Yes, so if you increase the area, it'll slow down. Well, interestingly, if you take a compressible fluid and you make it supersonic, it actually inverses. So if you take supersonic flow and you push it through a collapsing area or diverging nozzle, so one that its entry area is smaller than its exit
Exit.
area, it will actually slow down. And then as soon as it then enters into a diverging nozzle, or one that's enter area is smaller than its exit area, it
Oh,
will
because
begin
it's
to speed up.
compressed, that adds resistance, I imagine. So then, like,
Pretty much. I mean that's the basic concept of it. It's got to do with like conservation of mass and stuff like that, and how like what so it will slow down until it hits the speed of sound, and then it will um not slow down any more than that because it's not supersonic anymore, right? But once it passes the throat, it will then accelerate past supersonic. Um,
not entirely sure I follow, but it sounds fascinating.
it is. Um,
The thing that has me the most curious, though, is like a lot of times water flow is very analogous to electrical flow.
yeah, I actually, whenever I was looking at some of it, like looking into some of it, I came across some Reddit posts that were like, that analogy you just used to explain it can also be used to explain this, electrical phenomenon or whatever it was. I didn't follow
Yeah.
along with exactly what the phenomenon was, but I don't doubt it. I mean, that
Yeah,
that doesn't really surprise me very much.
I don't
That
know
is the
enough
case.
about both to like draw parallels, I guess. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, I if you have links, I would love to go down that rabbit hole sometime. Which I know you said
Yeah.
you don't, so.
Oh, well, I don't for that specific um the specific website that I was looking at before. Um I can show you like a ramjet picture that I found that kind of goes over it.
Yeah,
Because like the difference between a rocket engine and a jet engine is that the jet can get its oxygen from around it, right?
yeah,
That's why a jet doesn't operate whenever you go into space. I'm sure you knew that, but so
yeah. They are naturally aspirated.
right.
Well,
So the difference for a rocket engine is you have to carry your own oxygen, um, and your own fuel. So you, are providing both the oxidizer and the fuel from a storage tank rather than just from the But so with a ramjet, because you're actively moving through the air faster than the speed of sound, the air that is going into the ramjet is moving faster than the speed of sound. But it gets compressed and actually slows down until it hits transonic. Actually, I think it slows down until it's just under supersonic or just under transonic. Transonic being Mach 1, so the exact speed of sound. And then it flows in at this because it went from low pressure supersonic to very, very high pressure subsonic, and then it combusts with fuel that is released into the combustion area, just like a diesel truck, where although I don't know if the ignition source is just the contact with the fuel or if the ignition source is something else. I'm not sure. But similar to how a diesel truck works, where you just have very compressed, high pressure air and you spritz the fuel onto it, which causes the combustion to happen.
Yeah.
It combusts and then flows into a converging nozzle. But it can only ever reach the speed of sound. It can't exceed it. And after it crosses a throat, it then expands and accelerates accelerates supersonic to generate a lot of thrust. And that's the exhaust at the end. The rocket engine works the same, it just gets its air different. Gets its oxidizer different. Where you use mechanical pumps to pump it up to that extremely high pressure, rather than just moving through the air and it naturally compressing.
Yeah.
But yeah, compressible fluid flow is very fascinating. Actually, so if you were like, I'm sure you've heard before that the difference between like a mechanical engineering degree and an aerospace engineering degree is very small. In fact, at UAH, I think it's 8 credits that are different. So you could go for 1 more year and get the other degree.
Both.
Yeah. And take very light semesters. It's 4 classes. It's not really that much. But kind of a point of divergence between them is with mechanical engineering, you go from Thermo 1 to Thermo 2. With aerospace engineering, you go from Thermo 1 to compressible fluid flow. But in my Thermo 2 class, they had like 2 weeks where they talked about compressible fluid flow, so that if we were, because mechanical engineers, there's a million things they can end up doing, and going into the same field as aerospace is pretty common. And so they're like, we just want you guys to be aware of this stuff, so that if you end up in a room with people who are talking about it, you can at least somewhat understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And then, funny enough, my buddy who we went like through all the same classes together, he ended up taking the compressible fluid flow as an elective, because the job that he was looking at getting were like, you're going to be doing a lot of that, because he was a wind tunnel test engineer. They're like, you're going to do a lot of that, so you might as well go ahead and take the class. And if you take the class, we'll hire you out of school. So he took that as one of his electives. And I definitely think that the two, modules or 2 weeks that we spent on it in Thermo 2 was definitely worth it, because he loved his compressible fluid flow class. I think he got like 110 in it. And it was a lot of like using Python to create the graphs to see what the pressure, velocity, density, all of the properties of the fluid as it moved through a converging, diverging process, and then using Python to graph it and everything.
That's cool.
But he pulled it up to like show me his graphs, and from one I like came to all of these conclusions from it. Like, oh, okay, that must be where the throat is. Oh, okay, that must be, when it starts diverging and stuff. And he was like, hold on. And he pulled up his other charts, and he's like, yeah, those do line up with each other. How'd you know that? And I was like, from our section in Thermo 2. Because those are just like the principles that he taught us. And I can see the principles happening in your graphs. And it's like, oh yeah, that's actually really interesting, that you can like look at these graphs and then make conclusions based off of the principles that were taught.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love compressible fluid, especially working on a rocket engine now. Compressible fluid flow is like a huge principle of how that kind of stuff works. So
That makes sense.
definitely very interested to understand it as well as possible.
Yeah, physics is crazy, just like generally speaking.
Yes, it is, and it's funny because the way that my Thermo 2 teacher didn't actually like give a very good explanation for why it does what it does. He was basically
That
just
it
like,
does.
this is going to act the exact opposite of everything you've learned whenever we start going supersonic. And we were just like, oh, okay. There wasn't like a ton of explanation beyond that, other than saying like, so here normally it would do this, but now it does this. We're just like, oh, okay. But it has a lot to, I'm sure they kind of got into more detail with it in the compressible, in the class that's actually made for that. But it has to do with like your conservation of mass and the fact that like you're going faster than the speed of sound, but what is the speed of sound? It's how fast pressure can propagate.
Right.
Because all sound is a change in pressure.
Just a pressure wave.
Yeah, and then the atoms or waves bouncing into each other so that it can propagate. And I saw an interesting. I saw something interesting about it, like an interesting explanation, where it was something about like whenever you are traveling faster than the speed of sound and you open up the nozzle, in order for the, I think it was the density to be maintained because your volume is increasing. Speed has to go up to conserve mass. I can't remember exactly. It was something along those lines. And whenever I read it, I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense, but I can't remember what it said now.
Damn it, my prayer got disabled. I didn't realize.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello, hello.
Coleman meet Zach. Zach meet Coleman.
That's not my name. It's just Zach. It's 3 letters. 3 letters. Nice to meet you,
What's
Coleman.
up, Zach? Nice to meet you too, man.
Playing some RuneScape.
Good times, good times.
Always.
So Zach, the decision was made to block the Mithril Dragons.
Oof.
Guess what my next task was?
Sukas.
Close.
Adamant dragons.
Nope, it was a Jad task.
Oh, nice. You
I'm
doing
actually
it?
happy about. Huh?
You doing it right now?
No, I'm butterflying at Toa.
Oh,
You wanna watch me butterfly?
no.
Okay.
It's just you running in circles?
Yeah, and attacking the boss. Trying not to get fucked. You know, maybe I shouldn't be doing this on live stream if it's that unentertaining. Never occurred to me.
Nah, just do whatever you want.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
I'm sure there's some butterfly enjoyers out there.
I like butterflies.
Pretty cool.
I like caterpillars.
Same. Speaking of caterpillars, you remember the little cocoons I sent you pictures of?
Yeah.
They hatched.
Yep. Seen lots
For
of butterflies
context, I'll
lately.
send them to you, Coleman.
Did you watch them hatch?
No, I missed it.
Just set up a time lapse camera. Would have been dope.
Damn. Next year I'll do it. But yeah, Coleman, all of these are the same little caterpillar. I found him crawling around on the little pillar there. And I came out the next day and he was a fucking cocoon. And their cocoons look crazy. They're like hard shells.
Yeah. That's a cool looking caterpillar.
Yeah. He's not even spiky. He looks spiky, like pokey spiky, but he's fuzzy spiky.
Nice. We like fuzzy spiky.
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool. Same like area, huh?
Yep.
That's...
I was trying to help him get down. I was like, he's gonna get lost and uh not be able to find a safe place to cocoon. And he was just like, nah, fuck you. I'm cocooning right here, bro.
This is exactly. I know exactly where I am.
And this guy, it's like a close-up video. It's like almost 2 minutes long. But if you pay attention, like real close to like his mouth and whatnot, you can see him like building this little web.
Oh, really?
It's a different caterpillar though, if it would ever send. Um, I named him Jeff. Oh, damn it. I just want to be good enough at butterflying that I can do it when I actually get here in a run. And I just can't do it for the whole fight. And I don't know if that's normal or not.
Caterpillar looks huge. How zoomed up are you?
Quite. That's like max zoom. And I'm like probably like a foot away from him.
Yeah, he's just going at it.
Yep. He ended up not cocooning there, or he got eaten.
It's a harsh world, man.
Yep. My sister
Nature's a
eats
cruel
caterpillars.
mistress. Like just raw, just.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. How old is Skylar now?
21.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
That's
don't tell me how
crazy.
old Riley is. I don't want to know.
Is she going to college anywhere?
She already graduated.
College?
Yeah, she got an associate's like in business
Oh,
management or something.
gotcha. Okay. I thought you were saying a 4-year degree already, and I was like, jeez.
She'd be grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
I knew
crazy.
someone. So, whenever I was taking my statics course, I think I was 19, and uh, did you ever have a class that had like what were they called? The pass sessions? Peer
No.
assisted? No?
Oh, maybe. I didn't really pay
Like,
attention in college. I don't know if you figured that out.
no, yeah, I know, but I didn't know if maybe you remember this. It says for peer assisted study session. So it would just be like, there was a student who had passed the course previously.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. And so I'm going to pass because I've been told at this point that statics is like the weed out class where it's like if you can't do statics, you need to change your major because it's kind of an indicator on whether or not you can do mechanical engineering. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna, put tons of effort into this class. And I was also told I learned that I had like the hardest teacher for it. Which I think
Yeah,
ended
but
up
it's also
making me
all relative.
really, really good at statics. Like the semester afterwards, someone who was one semester behind us that me and my buddy were friends with, um, he was taking statics with the same guy the next semester, and he asked me, he was like, "Hey, do you happen to remember like anything from statics?" I was like, "I don't know, but I'll take a look at your thing with you," and I just instantly could solve it for him, and it was like super easy. And I was like, "Yeah." He was a very difficult teacher. He taught super well. Like he taught things in a way that were incredibly understandable. It's just that his tests were really difficult.
Yeah, I
Um,
wanted to make sure you knew it.
yeah, but he automatically had a 15 point per grade curve that he put on the class. So an A was over 85, a B was over 70, and a C was a 55. Just out of the gate. No curve on the test. That's without doing any curve on the test or anything. That's just how he did his grading. So technically, like if you didn't have if D was passing, then 40 would be passing. Um, and a lot of people needed it because the way that he handed out tests is he would write your name on the back of it, and then he would flip them all upside down and then just pass them and be like, just once you get your test, keep yours, but then just keep passing them. And it was really efficient. Like we got all of our tests like super fast, but Chandler said that he could occasionally see people's grade kind of flip up whenever they were sliding the test down. And he was like getting real nervous waiting on his because he'd see like 20, 30, 25, 37, and like just a bunch of super low grades. Um,
Yeah.
but like I said, me and him put like a ton of work into this class, went to every past session and stuff. So we ended up being able to get A's in it. And I felt like we learned statics like extremely well. And now that I look back on it, statics isn't even very hard. But in the moment, it felt very difficult. Um, anyways, the past session leader, we're all joking about our ages because there's a couple people in there that are a little older. Like the people who are a little older generally were very good about like going to past sessions and using all of their extra help, because they were just more mature and responsible than everyone else. But so most of them were a little bit older, and then like my friend Chandler, who I went through most of my classes with, he was a couple years older than me. And so I said I was 19, and I think made a joke or something about me being the youngest there. And then the guy teaching the past session was like, haha, I'm actually the youngest. And we all looked at him and we were like, no, you're not. And he goes, yeah, I'm 18. And we're like, what? So you're
That's
you're
wild.
a full semester ahead of us and teaching us in the previous semester, and you're still at least like a year younger than the youngest of us. And he's like, yeah, I went. I think he went to some private school, or maybe it was a boarding school or something. And he was like, by the time I graduated high school, I had like an associate's degree
Yeah,
in
that's crazy.
engineering. So I graduated, and then my first semester I was taking all engineering courses. So he was teaching past his second semester in college, and we were like, okay. So he was probably graduated and working a job by the time he was 20.
Yeah, some people are just on a different, storyline.
Well, I mean, to be honest, like if I was on the track, I think that I could have like started taking college classes at 16, but it's just whether or not like those are the opportunities that are kind of given to you. I'm not saying the guy wasn't smart. He definitely was, and you could tell in the way he was teaching the pass and everything that he really knew what he was talking about. Um, but it definitely helps when you have the opportunity to finish all of your basics before you get to college.
Yeah, for sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. Just like getting ahead of the game.
Which I also don't really know if I think that's a super great idea in general. It obviously depends on every person and people's personality, but I'd say generally most people shouldn't really go to college till 18 and like get into college classes.
I feel like I shouldn't have gone to college, and if I was gonna go to college, I would want to do it at like this age where I'm a little bit more disciplined and mature. Where like I was just going to college because I felt like that's what I needed to do or what I was supposed to do.
Right.
Um, but I personally don't feel like it really benefited me that much. Like, um, there's one or two classes that I remember learning something useful from, and
Right.
everything else, it's like, um, not necessarily that it's because I haven't like applied it to anything, but it's more so like, um, for instance, with my C++ classes, I probably could have gotten there on my own. Um, I slept through a lot of those classes. The math classes, I feel like Cal 3 differential equations, those were good. Um, and like really all of the calculus classes were good. I enjoyed those. Um,
Yeah, I mean there are definitely some really annoying ones that you have to get through, like the histories and Englishes and literatures and all of those things
and those
are
are really
definitely
those
annoying.
classes are really the only reason I dropped out. It's because I failed English 102 and I failed English or History 102.
Yeah.
Um, just because I
I
did
mean
not give a
they
shit
do
about
have
them. I
some value because like being able to articulate yourself and like people who are like naturally good at those things do tend to have like it's definitely a nice thing to have to be able to do those things.
yeah
But whenever you like don't have any passion or interest in doing them, it's like even if I could do it well, I don't want to. And
Well,
so,
personally, my thing is I feel like I am fairly decent at like articulating myself in a conversation or in an email. My thing is I'm a very logic forward thinker and speaker. So when I'm having a conversation with somebody, it's usually very detail oriented and not poetic, not artistic, not meant to, pull any kind of emotion from the person that I'm talking to. Um, I don't I don't have any interest in writing something that makes somebody emotional. I don't have any interest in telling stories and whatnot. When it comes
uh,
to like,
I never really felt like that was a part of the requirements for my English or history classes.
I mean, they really weren't like in terms of like English, but like that's kind of the point of like being a good writer, I guess. And the
I mean, I
the
feel
te-
like the point should be at least to be able to articulate and convince somebody of a viewpoint that you have well.
yeah, I guess like structuring an argument, that's fair.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I wouldn't say they were like debate oriented or anything. Although there was one time in an English class where she set us up in two teams and they were like, defend this point. I don't care if you agree with it or not, but defend it. And then swapped us and said, okay, now defend or attack the
right.
opposite of what you were doing before.
My thing is like a lot of the topics in my second class were like all about food and shit, and
Uh-huh.
I mean, you've seen me. I'm anorexic as hell. Like, I don't know. There was a lot of stuff in that class particularly. They like, I ended up not going to it anymore. So it's like I accepted failure. Like that was the whole reason I failed is because I stopped giving a shit about the course. I feel like
Right.
they should make English courses that are more tailored towards the engineering degrees though. Like, um,
Yeah, I agree. I also think that it's kind of the responsibility of those teaching the English class to realize I am
these
not
are
teaching
engineers.
English majors right now. Even
Yeah,
even if it's not an engineering school, like you just have to realize I'm teaching a basic course, not like these people are going to go on to use this stuff intensely. Like my
right.
biology 101 professor, one of the first things he did was he came in and he was like, "How many of you guys are going to become biologists?" And like four people raised their hand. And he was like, "How many of you just need this as a credit for whatever you're doing?" And everyone else raised their hand. And I think he even asked, "Who in here is a senior that didn't realize you needed this credit?" And like one person raised their hand and he was like, "You're going to graduate this semester," or something like that. Um,
Lomo.
and I thought his class was fantastic. Like, I went into biology really worried that it was just going to be a bunch of vocabulary and just just memorizing what different words are. But he taught like he was like my goal because anyone who's like going to continue on into biology, they're going to get much more detailed into all of these things later down the line, anyways. So
Right.
my goal is just to give you guys like a high level overview so that you feel like you can walk away having like a semi decent understanding of biology as a whole.
Right.
Um, and his tests were, open book, open note and everything. You didn't have to come to class. It wasn't like required. And I think that actually was his one mistake was not making attendance required. Like if his goal really was I just want you guys to learn something and pass the class. I think he should have made attendance mandatory because the next class, no one showed up and no one ever showed up until the tests. And then tons of people, like the class average was terrible because
They
people
weren't
heard
getting the
biology
lectures.
and open book and they thought, oh, biology is always vocabulary. If I can open the book, I don't have to, look at anything. And that's not how he structured his tests. His tests were if you came to the lectures, I'm literally giving you exactly the answer. but it's from like a high level viewpoint of like, if I change the shape of this cell, what does that do to the body and why? And he tells you that
Yeah.
exactly in the lectures,
Well, I
but
feel like that's how like introduction courses should always work. Like
no, I
a,
agree. I was
a
just
lot
giving
of
you an example of someone who's doing it very right.
yeah. Well, I mean that was like one of my peeves, I guess, like with a lot of the intro courses that I took. It's like I'm learning how to do this thing, but I'm not learning the application of it or why it's important or like anything more broad than just if you like for instance in math, if you're presented with this problem, like this is exactly how you solve it, and I'm never going to tell you like where you're going to run into this, where you're going to encounter it, what it's going to be used for, what it like there are a lot of people that don't understand that like taking like a differential or like an integral like what that actually does. It's like measuring the space under the curve on a graph, like that. It's really handy to know that that's what you're doing and like applying that to stuff. Like
Right.
um if you have like a data set and you're like, well, it looks cool, but like how do you contextualize that and use it like further and like actually optimize for it? Because you can look at
hmm
two curves and think that one is larger than the other and be totally wrong.
To
Um,
somewhat defend the math courses, the reason they're not teaching you that is because that's not their job.
right.
Because they're giving you the basic fundamentals of
But still, I feel like
how to
explaining that
do
would
like
take
the
like five
practice of
minutes.
the math. Yeah, you probably could to some degree, but if you're actually going to use it for any kind of applications, you should have classes that cover those applications.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Um,
Like all this stuff we learned in Calculus 3, that really wasn't super useful to me, but it would be super useful to someone who's in like Physics 3 or something like that, or some kind of physics degree or electrical degree, or maybe
yeah,
even a fluid flow degree of some sort.
and
But
I mean that's another thing about like the electrical course that I took. It was one of my favorite courses. I learned how to like solve for like voltage and amperage and whatnot. Like that was cool. It was nice being able to do that. But like um, outside of like these isolated scenarios, like I didn't really learn much in terms of like applying that to anything. Which obviously that would probably come from like future courses that I didn't take. But
mhm,
um, I don't know. I just
right.
feel like we should learn more or less like the highlights of like what the subject is and how these things like interact with each other, and then learning how to like actually calculate for it once we have a more broad understanding of all the mechanics that are at play. But I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
do wish there was a little bit more emphasis on conceptual stuff, because a lot of times we tend to not really understand or follow very well the concepts that we're learning, and we just learn how to solve
How to pass the test.
the problems, yeah, and how to pass the test, but then we don't actually leave with much understanding of like
Where
what
would
was the
you
point of
actually use
everything
that?
that I just did. Yeah.
Right. And that's the
And
thing,
that's totally true.
like I've
That
learned
happens a
more
lot.
from like having that fundamental like understanding of electronics is nice, but on top of that, like for instance, like being able to calculate voltage is cool and whatnot, but I've learned more from YouTube about how like real electronics actually work in terms of like what is a capacitor used for? Why would you put a capacitor here? What's the purpose of it? And all it does is help
Right.
stabilize a circuit. Because kind of like analogous to like the water flow thing, it's like if you don't have a reservoir, like a water tower close by, your water pressure is going to be dependent on the waves of the ocean.
Right.
Um, but if you have a local reservoir, you maintain consistent pressure as long as there is over time an average of high like a certain pressure going into that water tower. So it's like it takes out all of the ups and downs, like all of the waves out of the water supply. It keeps it consistent. But the same is true of capacitors. If you're really far away from a like most electronics, from the power input to the like circuit board, it goes through a bunch of capacitor banks because the power that comes from your outlet is usually not very clean. It has highs and lows and highs and lows. Um, and when power travels distance, it also has like an overshot and undershot effect where like if it goes from 0 to 5 volts instantaneously, well, it's going to go past 5 volts and then below 5 volts and then above and below and above and below and above and
Right.
below over and over again. putting a capacitor there stabilizes that. It gets rid of a lot of the noise. But I didn't know that until I was already outside of college. But I could
Right.
calculate like the voltage at the capacitor. I could calculate all of that, but you can't necessarily calculate the exact voltage if you don't understand the concept that it's never an exact voltage. It's an ebb and a flow.
Right.
And they don't really teach like broad scope things like that I feel like are more important than knowing how to do the calculation, because without one, it
You
makes the
know,
other hard.
to be honest, I feel like they sometimes do. Like I'm not saying all professors do, but there are some
Yeah,
professors who do, but then they still don't test it at all. And I'm like,
yeah.
would it really be that big of a deal to like make 10 points of the test be based just on conceptual stuff? Like where you don't have to calculate anything or anything like that. You're just testing. Do I have the basic understanding of the
Well, I
things that
feel like
you've
that would
taught me?
I feel like that would be the best way to actually gauge if you're doing a good job as a professor. Like,
Right, that's what I was gonna say is like you can just kind of make them quote unquote free points and give everybody should have everybody get a baseline of about a 10 to 15% or so. But then you can go and you can look at that 10 or 15% and be like, what students are just not getting what I'm
yeah,
putting
it's like
down?
based off of the what should be free points. It's like I need to go back and reiterate over this because half of you people don't understand this.
Right. And then you could even be like, of- I need you guys to understand this. Like this, understanding this conceptually will make all of the numbers make more sense. So
Yeah,
it does tell you, like, okay, maybe that's why they're not getting that this is the equation they should have used. Because to me, it makes sense instantly that, oh, of course I should use that equation, but it's because I understand all this conceptual stuff. Well, if you're just making the assumption that they either understand the conceptual stuff um, or not, then you just don't really know until you ask the questions or test on it. And so then it's also not the stuff that students end up studying, right? They don't really think about the conceptual stuff very much because they know that's not on the test. They know okay, if I just learn to solve the problems, then I just, it's almost pattern recognition at a certain point where it's just, these are the types of problems that pop up in this module. I'll study these types of problems 100 times, and now I'll be able to recognize, the path I should go down in order to solve this problem. And you
right.
and you can do that and have zero concept at all about what's going on. It's just pattern
Right.
recognition at that point.
Yep.
And you can do extremely well with a lot of work in school doing that. So you could,
Oh yeah.
be a 4.0 student and not get the concepts at all because that's just not what's tested.
Yeah, and I mean that's really the big problem is like a lot of people come out of college with their degree, but they don't know how to apply it. Like you give them an isolated problem and you're like solve this, fix this, or answer this or whatever. And it's like, yeah, they got that. But in terms of like getting to the situation where they understand that that's what they need to do is the hard part. They don't understand that like, you know, because of I don't know. I don't really know how to put that to words very well, but like understanding the situation that they're in and being like, oh, this is an application for a differential equation or linear algebra or whatever. Um, it's really interesting too, because then like, my grandfather, he worked like for NASA and whatnot, and like a lot of the engineers he would work with, like they would come to him with a part, and he was a machinist. He wasn't like um one of the engineers necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but he could look at a part and be like, look, that is not going to withstand what like anything like whatever. Like he would just tell them it's like, yeah, I can machine that part for you, but it's not going to work, like
Mm-hmm.
logically
Oh
speaking.
yeah,
And
machinists understand parts a lot better than people realize.
yeah, and he wouldn't necessarily be able to explain it in in the detail of like this is what you need to do and how to fix it exactly, but he could be like, this is too thin. You put pressure under that and it's going to pop or whatever.
Right. Oh, for sure. And especially whenever it comes to like whether or not something is manufacturable. Because you can come
Oh
up
yeah,
with, you know, any
there are some
design
things
under
that
the
like you can
sky, but
only
whether
3D
or not
print.
you can physically make the thing is another question entirely.
Yeah, there's a lot of
And then
stuff that
whether
like
or not
has to
the
be
thing
3D
is
printed, and even 3D printing stuff, it's like not as like durable once it's 3D printed. It's um, so there's like applications to that. But there's some things like there is not a tool to like mill out what you want to make. So
right,
a lot
yeah,
of
it's
times
like
the solution to
physically
that is
not
like you have to
possible
split it
for
into
our
parts,
machine to reach there.
right? And that's why like a lot of things it's like why is this assembly 2 or 3 or 5 parts? And a lot of times the answer is well in order to make this inlet here in the like right in the middle of the fucking block of metal, it's like the only way to do that is to like basically cut it in half and do it from 2 sides.
Hmm.
Um, which is really fascinating to think about. It's um like if you have like a tube, you want to go drill like another tube coming out of that tube, a little inlet or outlet or whatever, but you don't want it to go all the way to the outside. It's like, well then you need a tool that goes into a tube and can extend itself. That doesn't exist. You'd have to like add a cap at the end or like make like I don't know, two separate like pieces that like slot into each other where one is the outer shell and one is the inner shell and
Yeah, and then
but
sometimes you can make it, but it's extremely difficult, extremely costly, or not reproducible.
or it's not mass fabricatable or like um yeah, 'cause that's something else that's like really important. It's
Because,
like
you
yeah,
know, if every other one you make doesn't meet the requirements, well, your process isn't really
you're wasting a
capable of
shit ton
making
on
it, and
yeah.
yeah.
And another thing too,
But, you
it's
know,
like
maybe you're okay with a 50% scrap rate because it really needs to be made this way because you can't alter physics for some reason, but you better have a real good argument for why you cannot change that because that's driving the cost up. That's basically doubling the cost if you're scrapping 50% of your stuff. So,
yeah. And then on top of that too, it's like you've got to consider the complexity of the machine. Like when you get into like mass fab, like a lot of like products like cars for instance, they have machines the size of like I don't know, houses that make like
oh
one
yeah, I
part
see them.
of the engine.
Hmm.
And like automating, like in order to automate that, you've got like a machine that's way more complicated than the part you're making just to make
Oh
that
yeah.
part. So it's like the more complicated the part, the more complicated the machine. Um, so a lot of times simpler, even if it's less efficient, as long as it's comparable, is better.
Oh yeah. Have you seen the new Raptor 3?
No, I haven't really been keeping up with it.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
gonna
let me show
go
you
to sleep,
a picture.
guys. Catch y'all later.
Good
See you,
night,
man.
Zach.
Here's a comparison of the Raptor 1, 2, and 3 all next to each other.
Oh wow, that's so clean.
It's incredible. Yeah, so the first picture is more what the VE4 looks like, or the Raptor 1 is more what the VE4 looks like in terms of just mess on top of it.
Yeah, an elegant, or well, a complicated solution to what could have been an elegant solution.
Well, you know,
It's hard to
sometimes the
iterate to
things that
there.
you have on there are like sensors and stuff to make sure that things are performing the way you want. And then once you get confident in your ability to make the thing, you realize, okay, I don't really need this sensor anymore. We've proven out that this design works whenever it's like this, so now I don't really need to test that in flight anymore. So, you know, if you've flown, 150 like they have of these freaking Raptors, then you start to realize the things that you can live without.
Yeah, or it's
Um,
like some things eventually become redundant too, because it's like, like I don't know a good way to like explain it, but it's like if two things are like down the line of each other, you might be able to actually interpret what's going on in the previous, like where the previous sensor is just based off of the data. Like there are some sensors that are just redundant at
right.
that point.
Yes, it's very difficult without like iteration
Well, that's one of the
and
things
actual
about
like
Elon
mass
Musk
production.
is like if you go back and listen to some of his earlier interviews where he's talking about his startup for SpaceX, he
Hmm.
compares it to like or well he states one of the main differences between like standard rocket like production or car production is you can't iterate on it as quickly as you can with like software. But that's why like they're not afraid to blow shit up. Like if it breaks, it breaks. They just fix it. And another thing too that's really important when you're iterating is like if you're if you're adding features to software, if you're always adding code, it's going to eventually become a mess. Because the more you add on to
Hmm.
a simple process, the messier it's going to get. The more interchangeable parts that are having to communicate with each other and exchange data to each other you have. And so then it becomes like an almost unsolvable problem because it's like like for instance the code that I work on, there's like 30,000 lines of code, and I guarantee you it could be way the fuck more optimized, probably down to like less than 10,000 lines of code, and achieve the
Right.
same exact behavior if it was written more efficiently and honestly refactored. It needs to just be scrapped and rewritten in a lot of places. But um, another principle is like anytime you go to fix something, you shouldn't make additions to fix it. Like you're gonna have to add some things, of course, naturally, but you should be removing more than you're adding.
Right.
Um, because by removing something, you get rid of the complexity. If you have two functions that do similar things that are different, and you can write one function that achieves both, then you get rid of like a shit ton of code, and you make it more readable.
Right.
Um, and then the more times you do that, eventually you get closer to the optimal solution. You'll
Do
never.
y'all have any? Are there people that are like designated to do that to go?
Nope,
It
not at
doesn't
Fiscal.
seem. I kind of figured you didn't. I do wonder if like big software companies do have
Yes,
people that do
big
that.
software companies do
Oh,
have people that do
okay.
that. They have departments for it, just like they have departments
What
for pen
what
testing and whatnot.
department would that like fall under?
I mean, it would still be under software development, but it would just be like a group of people that are just there for optimization. I mean,
Gotcha.
a lot of times that's just called optimization. I don't know if they have like an official title for like an optimization developer or something, but um,
Gotcha.
yeah, that's one thing that's really hard to manage across large development teams, and that's why you need like a peer review system um, where one person can't just go in and make changes. They have a manager, and that manager tells them what to do, but then they have like a senior dev that like goes over
Reviews and
everything that they
approves the
change.
code for
Yeah.
deployment and
Um,
stuff. Yeah.
but in order to be like really good at optimizing something, you have to have a lot of experience working with it to like really fully know what's going on. And the problem is like, at least where I work, I don't think anybody would be able to fully optimize everything because the people that wrote it aren't there anymore and nobody knows enough about it to like really take on that task. And a lot of companies don't ever invest
Right.
the time into doing that because like if you have something that's written on spaghetti code, like let's say you make a game and it's the most inefficient spaghetti code nightmare to work on, but it works well. It doesn't crash, it doesn't have memory leaks, it doesn't have any of those like big problems. The
Right.
end user isn't going to know the difference between optimized code and spaghetti code. It's going to because technology is so fast that like it doesn't really matter. It can be the most like unoptimized piece of shit and it's still going to run fine on modern computers.
Right.
But in the real world that's not true because, again, we have to manufacture these things. We can't just copy and paste the file. Um,
Oh,
and
I was confused by what you meant by the real world. You mean in physical manufacturing?
right. So if it is a complicated dog shit mess, it is a problem.
Right,
It's going
because
to
you
be
have to
heavier.
replicate
It's
that
going to be
mess over and over.
right. Um, and the cool thing about Elon Musk is that's how he tries to approach his development. in the real world as well
Right.
as the software is, I mean, in my opinion, it's the only real approach, and I wish that the fucking people that I worked for understood that, because there's so much shit that I've written in the past where it's like, initially, it looked like a good idea. Now that we've added on to it, I could go back and rewrite stuff that I wrote like a year or two ago and like combine all of it down into one function that's like a half the size of the original, because now I know it applies to more than just the one card brand that it was supposed to work for. Or any number of things. It's like you should always like I feel like development teams, each person should have like a
Well, I'd
two.
be curious exactly what Elon's philosophy is for software specifically, because he's
Yeah,
talked a
I mean
lot
I don't
about
know.
his philosophy for, manufacturing, but I I would honestly be surprised if it's like 1-to-1. I'm sure it would have
Oh,
similarities
there are
in terms of
similarities,
his
but it's not a
approach,
one-to-one, of course.
right?
Um,
But it makes me want, because I mean, there's been plenty of companies he's had that have been about software. I mean, Tesla is basically a software company.
yep.
Um,
But like
and so I
PayPal
am
and
curious, like how he likes for his, code iteration and stuff to be handled.
yeah, and it's something I'm trying to get better at too. With like my personal projects, because like I still write software on the side and I still do stuff on the side, and it's like I've learned so much over the years, like and it's actually like I enjoy. I've actually gotten to where I enjoy software development just because like I enjoy making things better and like going back and rewriting something and just like seeing how I can take something from like 2,000 lines to like, less than 1,000, like cut it in half, and it still does the same thing. It's just better and more consistent now.
Oh,
Um,
anytime I've had software classes, I absolutely love that as well. Like I would spend way more time on homework in classes where we were messing with software than I had to.
yeah,
Uh, whether it was, writing in Python, or there was a lot of MATLAB, which I know isn't like an official language or something, but it's similar in concept. And I just remember spending a lot of extra time just kind of refactoring and re-optimizing and be like, oh wait, I just did it this way and that way works, but I could do it like this and that would, half the amount of code and everything, um and I would actually spend the time to do it and figure out if I could make that new idea work. Because whoa, that was trippy. I put your stream on for a second, heard myself.
oh,
Um,
sorry.
you're good.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
updating the title and stuff over to Minecraft. I want to show you something that I've been working on, but sorry, continue.
but yes, I understand that feeling, because just whenever I've had like classes that use it, it's extremely satisfying.
Yeah, and I've been working on doing the same in like Minecraft.
Is that the Chaos Demon?
Where? On the launcher?
Your background?
Oh, Chaos Elemental, yeah.
Chaos Elemental, yeah.
I have a backstory with that thing. I was doing mage training too. I was
Uh-huh.
fighting one of the wildy bosses, and this guy comes fucking bebopping around. The boss that I'm trying to kill is at 8 HP. Okay? Chaos
Mm-hmm.
Elemental hits me with its fucking special ability that teleports me, and so then I get teleported away from the boss that I'm trying to kill, and then he kills me because I was like I was overstaying my welcome because I was
Uh-huh.
the boss had 8 HP. I didn't have any food, so I was like I'll just stay until it's dead and then I'll teleport out or like I'll run away. So I'm like on my wits end about to die. And then he teleports me away from the boss I'm trying to so desperately to kill and then kills me.
Uh-huh.
So now I've made it my mission to get the Chaos Elemental pet, get my
Oh, I got you.
retribution.
Good, yeah.
Um
Maybe complete
but
all of the fight challenges or whatever they're called
the
against
combat
it.
achievements,
Combat achievements, yeah.
I have not I have a shit ton of combat achievements left to do. I there's
I
like
don't think. Well,
easy.
no, I meant just against the Elemental.
No, I've only killed it once.
Ah, There's not that many combat achievements against it though, are there?
Probably not, honestly.
Like I think I watched Settled on his Unsettled account get him against a Chaos Elemental.
Yeah, there's also the little wizard guy that summons little baby chaos elementals.
Hmm.
That's like the easiest way to get the pet. It's like a 1 in 1,000 drop rate, but he spawns
Uh-huh.
like several of them. Versus the
Right.
regular chaos elemental, it's a 1 in 300 drop for the pet. So it's like
Right.
the regular chaos elemental, you're gonna get a lower KC to a point where it's actually faster to kill a different boss to get the pet.
Right.
Um,
All right.
yeah, this
So what project you
Minecraft
got
world.
going on here?
So if I go to like one of my older computers, um, which I'll just show you on this one. One of the things that always annoyed me is how messy. So this is like the input registers, the ALU, output, whatnot.
Uh-huh.
Um, and these are like all of my like operation opcodes, and you can tell it's a fucking nightmare getting in here and like figuring out what goes where and what it's doing.
Mhm.
Going and looking at the opcode table, I have these 4 operations: addition, subtraction, and XOR, right? But they're all
Mhm.
like, for instance, like manually extracted. Let's see, how do I? This white bus is like the actual output bus. This is the AND, this is the XOR. Or no, that's
Uh-huh.
backwards. Pink is XOR, blue is AND. Um, and then it goes through a separate output bus, gets combined with the output from the adder here, and then goes through to the like place where it gets saved. Something that I learned from a guy on YouTube is I can achieve that same behavior by turning off certain features. So you notice how like there's no bus over the top for all the different outputs to go to. There's just one output bus.
Uh-huh.
Um, but over here I have addition, subtraction, XOR, XNOR, OR, NOR, and NAND, which is like the full set of like logic gates that you would really want to have in a computer.
Mhm.
But they all go through the same output bus. And it actually goes through the output of the adder itself. So it's like taking and isolating these gates out of the adder and routing them through the adder itself to the output. And these are like the 5 control wires that you need to do it. So like you add these 5 wires where like normally I would have 8 control wires, one for add, subtraction, XOR, XNOR, whatever. So I go from having like 8 control wires down to 5 control wires, and then also simplifying the output bus. Like it removes so much shit and does the same thing.
Right.
Actually, it does more with less space. It's actually smaller than the other one, but it does more. Um, Another problem that I have with the other one is the output isn't perfectly synchronized, where like uh, add takes the same time as subtraction, but subtraction and addition take longer than any of the other functions in the old CPU.
Mhm.
But now every operation takes the exact same amount of time, and so like a demonstration that I have, we'll just do
You said
addition
you
and
disabled
subtraction.
features to get this to work this way?
Yeah, you isolate out certain features. So like for instance, one of the this XOR to OR. So basically, you take an XOR gate, which I have an XOR gate over here, and if you power this piece of redstone right here, it converts this XOR gate into an OR gate. So now if I turn on this right one, it's on. If I turn on the left one, it's on. If I turn on both, it's still on. If I turn this off though, the XOR gate will only be on if the inputs are opposite each other.
Uh-huh.
Um, but I can convert, one to the other by just turning this on. So I'm isolating out the OR gate that makes up the XOR gate, because an OR gate or an XOR gate is 2 OR gates and an AND gate, um,
Right.
just kind of melded together. So off of that same logic, if I want to take the AND from this, I can rewire this so it gets a little bit bigger here. So this is now my XOR at the bottom. and this is now my AND at the top. So I've turned one gate into effectively 3 by adding one switch and moving the output to a different location.
Fascinating.
Right. And I didn't know that for a long time. Now, the evolution from this XOR gate, which is like the standard, to this one is I added these 2 repeaters. Now, the reason for adding these 2 repeaters, if I set up the same demo on this side, there is one, like, I guess artifact of using this like standard cookie cutter XOR gate that everybody knows about. And that is if I operate both inputs at the same time. Oh, I didn't actually trigger. Hold up. Might need to raise it one. You see how it blinks? And then it, like, so there's an unstable state when you turn them both on where it's gonna flicker, but then it reaches a stable state. So it goes from stable to unstable back to stable because there's a timing difference between, like if I walk through the timings, the OR, 1 tick, 2 ticks, output, okay? The AND, 1 tick, 2 tick, 3 tick, output. So you can get an output from the OR gates before the AND gate disables them because of just the timings. So by delaying the OR gate by 1 tick, I can get rid of that artifact. See, now it no longer flickers when I turn both on at the same time because all of the inputs arrive at the same time. And adders are made out of XOR gates. So if I can synchronize all of the adders, so these are synchronized input and output. This is an adder with the OR, the AND, and the XOR. That's just an XOR. So this is an XOR, an OR, and an AND that are all balanced. They all take the exact same amount of time to like output. And there's actually a third set of XOR gates. They look different. And this is what they look like. And I had to do the same thing where I balanced the each side of it. So for instance, if I take and connect a wire like let's see, is that gonna line up? I don't know. No. And let me turn this off.
Seeing Redstone work on glass like that is trippy. Has it always been that way?
Yeah. I can explain it in a minute. So
Does it have to be glass? Maybe I just don't remember how Redstone works.
no, it can also be like slabs, any transparent block. So if I want to do, so the reason that you're doing this is to because obviously if I replace this block, it cuts off the circuit, so it doesn't go up anymore. Technically, this doesn't have to be glass, but you can also do like upside down slabs because they're transparent. I like doing glass because it's color coded.
Right, right.
So if
It's
I
always
get rid
worked
of,
like that? I probably just didn't know because
yeah,
I
for
never
a long
got
time.
nearly as involved with it as you did, but fascinating.
Okay, you can barely see it there where the torch inverts. Actually, let me get rid of that for now. If I do this, you see there's a blip there. Replace that back. I think that fixes this one. Not sure. Yeah. So now they're perfectly balanced again. And the point of that is because 1 tick pulses can actually create problems, especially if you're using pistons and stuff. But and a 1 tick pulse, you'll see 3 lamps. These lamps take 2 ticks to turn off. So a 1 tick pulse looks like 3 lamps basically. So now this is like perfectly balanced. Now another thing though, I had to iterate from an older design, and I don't actually have it built here, but basically the older design, the top and bottom inputs were desynced. So if I put like a lever here, this would take like 2 ticks, and this one would take like 3 ticks. And because of that, certain operations were hitting this like middle section at a bad timing. And I wish I had gotten pictures of it, but I built like an oscilloscope off of this thing up in the sky,
Mm-hmm.
which is basically what this is. So like if I, it's really handy for like actually analyzing like what's wrong with a computer. If I do some kind of like simple calculation, and we'll write that, and we'll write that. We're stuck in add mode, so it's 11001100. So what this does is I can, this is like my capture for the oscilloscope, and then this is like the, this just runs over to that decoder over there. So if I do this, I can wait for the lights to change and boom, capture the output. So now I can actually investigate timings and be like, okay, these lights turn off, those lights turn on the exact next tick. So it's basically a smooth, perfect transition from one output to the next. And it's always the same timing. And
Mm-hmm.
the timing issues that I was running into were all from the XOR gates because they weren't balanced on, you know, A and B, where one operation would take longer than the other. And to kind of simulate that, let me think, what can I change here to, so if I put that there, I think it breaks it.
Is there any memory attached to this
No,
structure
currently
you
my
have right here?
prototype memory is right here. Well, actually, technically there is a 2 byte register, but this is what I plan on using for like my actual memory. It's 4 bytes, 8-bit. Um, the only memory
Okay.
is this part here where I have the locked repeaters.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that's just like an input storage.
Yeah, I was thinking you would need to have some kind of
Yeah, so I can like turn these
memory
levers
for.
off, and as long as I don't write any changes, they're still saved in here. They're
Right.
inverted though. Um, anyways, if I adjust one of these timings, like for instance, I'll just change this to 1 tick for the carry in, and let me delay the inverter. And then what we'll see over here, let's free that up, turn this off, and we'll capture when it transitions back to addition. So you'll notice the original output turns off, carry input gets left on, so that's why there's this erroneous 1 here. And then the actual input loads, or the actual output eventually loads in sync with this output. Now, the weird thing about that is if, especially in like micro timings for computers, if I were to capture the data during these, 5 ticks, it would be a bad capture. It would be an error, basically. Like, it's
Uh,
how a computer sometimes will add like 1 and 1 and get 3. Like,
right.
technically that's not really how that would play out because it wouldn't have a carry in. But anyways, what I'm getting at is like the previous calculation, depending on when I capture that data, if I capture it here, it'd be correct. If I capture here, it'd be wrong. And then likewise, swapping back to subtraction, you can see there it would be wrong, there it would be right. And it's hard to know that, and it's really annoying programming around that stuff because effectively you have to just delay your computer. You have to slow the computer down so that you get consistent reads. Now, by making things more consistent, I haven't added any delay to the clock speed. I've just added delay into the ALU itself. So I've effectively made certain operations slower. Um, Because basically you can only go as fast as the slowest thing in the computer. So making something that's already really fast slow doesn't change the speed of the ALU, like broader speaking. So if I go
Right.
here and go back to addition, we get that original output, and it's in perfect sync with the exact tick that the previous output turns off. And I can do that with any operation. They're all perfectly balanced. It took me like 7 hours, but let's say we want to swap between
It's got to be
and.
extremely satisfying
Oh
whenever
yeah,
you
it's
finally got it to work.
incredibly satisfying. So we'll swap between and XOR. So 2. So right now, okay, so this is going to swap to XOR, and XOR is only where they're opposite, and I can just tell you this is right because um, I know the numbers that I'm adding, or that I have on the inputs right now. So these two will be on for XOR, and for AND, this light, this light, this light, and this light will be on. So if I unfreeze that, turn this on, and wait for the lights to change. Okay. So we go from XOR here straight over to AND there, and it's in perfect sync. It's so fucking satisfying. Um, I honestly didn't know if it was going to be possible with the design. I didn't really have to make very many changes to get this working. And then this is just a mirrored copy of it, and that's part of how I iterate. I have like a copy A and copy B, and they're actually like mirrored, where like one is for instance, to show that like they're not perfect copies, where like A1 is here and A1 is here, so they are like mirrored.
Right.
Decoder there, decoder there. But I have a persistent copy here, and then I make changes to this one. I test those changes. I I reach something that I'm happy with, something that I approve of, something that works the way that I need it to, and then I leave this one alone, and I go over here and I do the same thing where I copy whatever I changed over here to this one, and this becomes my new stable. I make sure that it works, and then I go back to optimizing over here. Or actually, usually I go back to optimizing over here because this is the only one that has the little oscilloscope thing on it. But yeah, figuring out these bugs and these quirks is super weird, especially when it comes to like eventually it became like there was only one function out of the 8 that was causing problems, and it ended up being these XOR gates that I forgot were in there, um, that I didn't think to check if they would be balanced or not. Anyways, that's my TED talk. It's so satisfying, and I
Yeah,
love
that's
doing
cool.
that because the ALU is like the slowest part. So if I can optimize this, everything else is going to run smoother. It'll be easier to
Right.
program. It'll be easier to build around. Um, because like saving a piece of data takes what,
Does that stand
three?
for addition logic unit? I can't remember.
Uh, arithmetic logic unit.
Oh, okay. I was close. I only
Um,
had half of the equation.
yeah. Um, but yeah, it's so satisfying going from like this thing that is a nightmare of like I would say this is like the Raptor 2.
Uh-huh.
It's not as bad as like let me go to one of my other worlds. Not as bad as the Raptor 1 here, where like it looks a little bit cleaner, but it's doing two things.
Right.
With redundant logic. Like for instance, if I go to the opcodes over here, um, they're all functions of addition for the most part. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
a minus b, a plus b, b plus 1, a plus 1. And each of those has a separate adder dedicated to a plus 1, b plus 1, a plus b, a minus b. And so I've got a bunch of redundant hardware in here that just takes up space and is a nightmare to work with. Um, so the new one does all of this plus all of the new features in the like pink and blue one, and is smaller than both of them and faster than both of them. It's kind of crazy. Um, but yeah, I could sit here and nerd out about this all night. Like, um, but I am getting closer to a big picture. This is like the same as the other one that I showed you, the pink and blue one.
Uh-huh.
But this is like the original map that I made years ago of like a quad core computer that I want to build.
Hmm.
And something that gets complicated when you're working with multiple cores is timings. You
Hmm.
need to know how long an operation is going to take, because if it takes you one clock cycle to do some form of arithmetic in the ALU, it takes you one clock cycle to save that data, and one clock cycle to read that data, and one clock cycle to save it to the input buffer for the like shared memory, like the layer 2 cache. And then the layer 2 cache is going to be slower than any of these. Let's say it takes 3 clock cycles to like save that. I need to know like how long it actually takes for the like the slowest piece um, in the like lower level, which is the ALU. I need to know how long that is and make sure that nothing else is longer than that, because then I can build off of that. That can be my clock cycle, my
Hmm.
base clock cycle, because I'll optimize it for that, because that's the most important piece. Once I've optimized for that, then um, the layer 2 cache, I'm going to accept that it is really slow. Um, and so my read and write operations are going to arrive to it in cycles every 3 clock cycles. Um, but I have to know how long does it take that information to get from the layer 2 cache to whichever core it's going to? How long does it take that core to do the processing that it's going to do and then write it back to the layer 2 cache? Because if if I only consider the ALU, it's like, okay, well, the moment this one's done, and I'm going to like in my head imagine it's already in the layer 2 cache, but it's not. Then when this one goes to read from the layer 2 cache and do something with that number, it's not going to be there. It's going to be the wrong number. So having like a consistent baseline for everything takes exactly this many game ticks. It makes it really easy to program it to make them work together. And that's why I haven't built a quad core computer yet. It's because nothing in this thing is consistent. Like um, addition is like 3 or 4 times slower than XOR and the same for subtraction, which is not
Right.
good, because then um, if I'm making manual adjustments to the clock speed, if I'm not if I'm only observing it doing like and or operations but not observing it doing addition and subtraction, then whenever I overclock it and then I run some more complicated program, it's going to crash because the numbers aren't going to make sense and it's going to go reach for an address that doesn't exist or something.
Are you using any kind of like copy and paste functions from any mods or anything, or are you slapping all this down one at a time?
No, I definitely use copy and paste. I don't have anything set up to do it right now. This is like an old project,
Uh,
but here you can see me like this is just like read write program memory instead of it being like hard coded memory, which is easier to like work with. But I do still have some bugs I need to work out of this thing. But I started with this little 4x4 piece, 4 inputs, 4 outputs.
mhm.
Um, Doubled it up to 8 and 8, and then I don't even want to know how many that is. Um, but they do have to be special built, so like you'll notice it's longer than it is wide because um, I only need it to be wide enough to store the like uh, opcodes, and the opcodes stop here. I have 3 extra addresses that aren't being used for anything.
Mhm.
Um, and it's 256 bytes of memory, or well, 256 addresses of memory. Technically, they're not bytes because the opcode is bigger than a byte. But yeah, definitely copy and pasted for all of this. There's actually copy and paste in Minecraft now, though. It's just
Oh,
there's a
really?
limit in the world of like hmm, don't remember. Let's see. Edit. I know if I go create new world, I can go to more game rules. And down here you have a command modification block limit. And this limits how many blocks you can edit with one command.
Gotcha.
And it's default set to 32,000 blocks, which is not a lot. It's actually really not a lot. And the only thing, if I see game rule and I don't know how to get the limit. I doubled it for this world, but the reason they have a limit to the size is because people will naturally think that their game froze when they try to move a billion blocks.
Yeah.
But I'll probably end up doubling it a couple of times until I figure out what the game's like hard-coded actual maximum is. But yeah, you don't have to use mods anymore, which is nice. It's just a little bit complicated
Right.
getting it to work right, and I have fucked up severely and had to go in and rebuild stuff before. Or like because the way that the copy and paste commands work in this game, it's all based off of like the point that it's going to copy from is the lowest value for X, Y, and Z. So you have to pull up this little like F3 view and be like, well, I need to be standing here because it's going to copy from this perspective. So if I were to copy it, thinking that I'm copying from this perspective, and then go fly over here and paste it, it would paste over what's already there. So I've like overwritten stuff and then had to go back and tear it out and take hours to rebuild it the way that it was. And
Does it not have a nice Control C or Control Z
no,
undo function?
you have to type in like clone the place you want to start the clone from, where you want to end the clone from, and then you have to already know where your destination is. So you can't like copy it and then go paste it somewhere else. You have to know where you're pasting it and where you're copying it from. Then you can go run all the commands. And if you fuck it up, SOL, bro. Just should have been more careful.
I guess you should save your world before you do it every time.
Yeah, probably good practice, yeah.
Although, does it still always say save and quit? So, can you even
Yeah,
like?
but you can, if I wanted to make a backup, which I'll do it now because I need to, just make a backup. And then if
Yeah,
I
fair
go
enough.
here again, hit edit and go to open backups folder, there's the backup I just made. So
Gotcha.
and it's crazy
Makes
how
sense.
much smaller this world is compared to like my survival world.
Mm-hmm.
Literally 100 times smaller.
Come a long way since Minecraft on Xbox, huh?
Oh yeah.
How long ago was that?
Fuck,
A little over a
10 years
decade
ago?
ago.
Yeah, something like that. And it's crazy. I still have the
Uh,
computer that I built on Xbox.
really,
This was my first Redstone computer right here.
really,
Yep,
that's awesome.
there was a tool back in the day that would convert an Xbox world
Mm.
into a computer world. The only problem is when I spawned in, it spawned me like 18,000 blocks away, and I was like, where is it? And so I teleported back to 0, 0. I was like, oh, thank God it's like centered here.
Yeah,
Because technically speaking, Minecraft Xbox worlds are like 5,000 by 5,000
yeah, they're
blocks.
limited.
Which means if I didn't build it center on the Xbox world, it would be anywhere within a 5,000 by 5,000 square centered around the center. So I could teleport to the center and then not find it.
Yeah,
and then be looking for a needle in a haystack, like in creative mode with like a damn map.
Yeah.
Just like, where the fuck is it?
uh,
Should be super depressing. Well, I found it, of course. But yeah, I love computers, especially Minecraft computers.
that's pretty great.
They're so useless, but like, they make my
It's
brain
very cool to
feel.
see, the problems they were solving 80 years ago.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. Like, all of this stuff here in this world that I was like talking about how optimized it is and how satisfying it is, people did that back in the 80s. They were like, or
Uh-huh.
well, I don't necessarily know exactly when, but it's like a lot of the papers that explain this stuff, it's like archaic and it's like super hard to follow because they don't have like a Minecraft world where they can show you it. It's like um let's see. Computer clock timing diagram. Yeah, this is how they explain that shit. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean? And it's literally explaining um
Hi, let's take.
the
How like
different
the
timings
physical
between operations.
systems work. Yeah.
Yeah. And like when you have like a rising edge and a falling edge and like
Geez, this
like
guy's
this
got 100,000 views on this.
yeah, makes sense. This is like really basic stuff. Everybody needs to know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
But like this was one of the classes that I took in college that I was like actually excited for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still have like the book and all of my notes from it. Granted, I don't have to reference it often because like I kind of know it now. But
Mm-hmm.
um, I swear though, these diagrams, especially when you get into like some of um these indicators for like rising edge and whatnot, you can have like a rising edge detector where it only triggers on the up and then up, up, up. It'll only trigger like almost like every other. But you can also have it trigger on a fall. So you can have it trigger, trigger, or you can have it trigger, 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 trigger. And that's a big part of why these timings are so important. So it's like um if I want things to work right, let's see, I don't know if I have any rising edge detectors built in this world. I don't know if I have any pre-built anywhere else, and I don't remember their diagrams off the top of my head. But it's kind of like if you have like a lever, it's important to know like I want to turn this into a button, right? Um, one way to do that in Minecraft is with a piston. They call them monostable circuits, which basically just means it has one stable state. Um, yeah, I can turn this lever into a button. I can adjust the timing on it. Um, but you'll notice it only triggers when I turn the lever on, not when I turn the lever off. And the easiest way to convert that is just oh yeah, that works. Or a inverter. So now it's a falling edge detector. When I turn the lever off, it'll trigger the output.
Mm-hmm.
And you use that to go beyond clock timings. So you can like have something happen when the clock turns off or when it turns on. So it's like kind of like delayed. And it happens just after the clock turns off or just after the clock turns on, which is really handy for like these kinds of timings. You can have it like save the output right before the next clock cycle. Um, just like automatically. Um, but in order for that stuff to work, you have to know your timings. And having consistent timings makes that way less complicated. That put you to sleep?
No, you didn't. I'm trying to find the graphs that you showed me reminded me of something from Thermo, and I was trying to find a good example of one.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I've always been obsessed with this stuff ever since I started learning about it. And it's crazy that like almost 10 years later I'm finally getting to a point where like I've caught up to where they were 30 years ago.
Mhm.
And only on the hardware application. I don't know anything about programming. The like well I know assembly and like machine code. I know how to do it, but it's like I don't know any of the what used to would be modern tricks for making this stuff efficient to program on. And that's something that I want to get into. It's just hard to find good documentation on how to structure your assembly code.
Mhm.
That's not from like Intel. And Intel x86 is like 10 years ago, which is like way, way beyond what I'm doing here. Like, it's literally like a 300-page document that explains it all, and I'm just like, I cannot start here. This would be, uh, not even the next project. It'd be like 18 projects down the line. But yeah, I really one day I want to make a CPU that can process like C++ code,
That'd be pretty crazy.
like make an exact x86 processor.
Mhm.
That would run at the speed of like I don't know. I'm trying to think of something slow like it, but I can't.
Yeah, I vaguely remember these graphs, but I can't remember them well enough to explain them. They're weird though, because you kind of have to think about them in 3D space, because realistically they're a three-dimensional graph. You just draw them two-dimensionally.
Yeah,
Like it's a two-axis graph, but then you draw lines through it that represent a third item remaining constant. And as that item changes, you would draw more lines through it. So in theory, there's an infinite number of lines. You would just draw them at specific either intervals or uh,
yeah. 3D
just
3D graphing
important
is
important
wild.
points. Yeah,
It's way easier to draw them in slices, a bunch of 2D graphs, but it's hard to correlate that.
right.
Um,
Like, what does this
and I
even
mean,
mean?
yeah, and I've seen some 3D graphs where it's like, it's really straightforward because it's a smooth shape. You're drawing like a Pringle, effectively. Um, and you kind of use like topology to like represent the how that actually maps out into 3D,
Oh
just
gosh,
using like the slices.
things are coming back to my brain that I forgot about.
Um, what's really weird to me is differential equations. I don't really fully have a grasp on it, but it's like you have like a vector space and it's like mapping out like turbulence. So it's like at
Um,
this point you have like a velocity in this direction, this magnitude, but then over here magnitude's lower, but then the direction is also different because it's a vector space where it's how you map out like 3D pressure waves and stuff.
yeah,
It's
you
not
can
really something that
definitely
you can
dive
draw
into
by
it like
hand.
super into like you can definitely go real deep into it. The way I've always kind of thought about differential equations is uh, the first thing I usually think about is that when you solve a differential equation, the answer is a function. It
Right.
is an equation itself. It's not a
Right.
well, not really an equation, more like an expression, but
Right.
it's
It
an expression
basically
that for all values will solve the differential equation.
right because it like the output is the vector space. It is a mapping of like at this x and
Right,
y, this is your direction and magnitude.
right. And it comes about from an equation that both has a variable and that variable changing in regards to another variable,
Yep.
all like related to each other. So the one that always comes to my mind is like drag when something's falling, because as your velocity increases, so does the drag resistance.
Yeah.
And so your acceleration changes based off of how much drag there is. So the change in velocity also changes.
Right.
So it's just a whole bunch of rates all
And how they
that
compare
all go
in
into
every
a single
circumstance.
equation. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
very
really
interesting.
cool.
I usually
Like
like to like open up Khan Academy. I'll open up Khan Academy and be like, explain differential equations to me and let me go through it a little bit and it'll kind of spark my memory and all like, ah yes, this is what that was.
yeah, I still think it's
I need
fucking
to do that with
fascinating
more
though.
stuff.
The
Oh yeah,
applicate
it's
like
awesome.
because the thing is like math and science is always trying to approach like an understanding of how physics actually behaves at like the smallest
Yeah.
levels.
Uh-huh.
And it's like the smaller level you get or the bigger level you get, the broader your understanding of physics actually has to be, and then also the broader your understanding of math has to be. And it's like differential equations solves very niche problems, but in an elegant way.
It is
Like
very elegant. It's very cool.
I have never once needed to use a differential equation, and I don't take learning about them for granted. Like I still find them fascinating. Like I always
Oh
hated
yeah.
how like in school people be like, "Well, when am I ever gonna use this?" And it's like you might not ever use it, but understanding it, like some of that stuff's actually really cool.
Oh yeah. I mean, to if you want to be on like the cutting edge of exploring new ideas, then yeah, you will have to understand it.
Yep.
But I do need to go to bed very soon.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, you got work tomorrow?
yes.
Oof.
But have you seen the movie Hidden Figures? I think that's
No.
what it's called. Hidden Figures. It's about the women who helped solve the math that was required to be solved to get us to the moon.
Hmm.
Because back then a lot of women were basically used as calculators.
Yeah, yeah.
They would crunch the numbers, and so they ended up, becoming very good at math. Um, but I remember whenever I took my numerical methods class, which is
Hmm.
basically how you solve incredibly complicated, uh, not different, well, differentials and integrals by estimation.
Yeah.
Like methods that don't get you the exact integral or whatever, but it's
But
it's
it's something you can work with.
unsolvable through like exact methods. So you estimate it to as close as you can, and if you get it close enough, then you're going to be close enough. It doesn't matter
Well,
if
it's like
you're
a sum of
perfect to the
infinite
infinite
parts. You know what it
degree.
approaches,
Right. Um,
what the upper bound is.
right. It's not quite that precise. To where you're like, what is it approaching? It really is more of an estimation. And then like the more iterations that you do of something, the more accurate you can become. But it's also like, well, if you're accurate to
Well, it's kind
within
of like
out like
calculating
four
pi.
decimal places, does it really matter if you go any
Yeah.
further? Will that actually affect any of your physical calculations
Right. I
that
mean,
need?
it's kind of like calculating pi though. Like nobody has an actual
Right.
exact measurement for pi. Everything is an estimate that is accurate up to a certain point.
Right. And you only need it to be accurate to a certain point, so it's as good as solving it, right? But numerical methods is
Until,
is the method you use to solve those things that are effectively unsolvable.
yeah, the
Um,
fascinating thing about stuff like pi though is like those floating point errors where it's like not accurate past like the billionth decimal or something. That matters when you're talking about like quantum mechanics or like space, because it's like there's always that debate of like, yeah, do the stars that are billions of light years away even actually have an effect on us? And the answer is yes, like they do. It's just like immeasurable, but it
right.
adds. A
It
big enough
does.
object far enough away that you can't see it would still have a pull, like the Great
Hmm.
Attractor.
Right. So, there was a method that we learned in there called Euler's method,
Yeah,
which is very cool. But when I
I,
remember in
I'm
the class, go ahead.
I've heard of Euler's method. I don't remember the exact application of it. I was gonna say I remember Euler. Very familiar.
Yeah, so it's relatively simple. It's actually one where I believe what you're solving is a differential equation, and you can get the derivative of the function. So what you do is at a specific point you can find the derivative, um, which is the slope at that point, and the slope most likely at the next point will change, it will be slightly different. But what you do is you iterate only. So like if you've got the slope, if it's an XY graph and you've got the slope, you can increase your x by 0.000000001, and that will get you very close to what the next y point is. It won't be exact, we'd be very, very close. And
Right.
then you get the derivative again at that point, calculate it again to get your slope again, your slope, what it would be at that new point. Um, and so you're basically using these slopes that you're calculating over and over and over at very, very small intervals to estimate what the curve looks like. Um, because you can get the curve at any point, uh,
Yeah,
or
you can
sorry,
get
the
the
slope
slope
at any point, but you can't actually solve the,
tangent
well,
or
you
like
can't develop the equation that creates the actual curve,
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
but you can estimate the curve by using Euler's method in that way. That might not be exactly what Euler's method is, but it's something similar to that. Which whenever I learned it, I was like, that's freaking cool. Whoever thought of that is a genius. Um, and obviously, the smaller you get, the more accurate you'll get. But you can't. There's not like a number that it approaches though. Um,
I see what you're saying. I actually ran into something similar with like a theoretical math problem I created for myself years ago.
uh-huh.
Um, and ended up solving it for several dimensions. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I don't want to keep you up too late, but let's see.
While you're doing that, I'll finish my thing about the hidden figures. So he mentioned that Euler's method, whenever he taught it to us, um, was actually used to solve the math that we needed to solve to figure out how to go to the moon. And
Huh.
it was a neat moment in Hidden Figures whenever I was watching it, where someone says something along the lines of like, we're gonna need new math in order to uh this. And the main character who ends up figuring it out, she's looking at the board and she goes, "We don't need new math. We need old math." And she goes up and writes Euler's method out on the chalkboard and says, Euler's method can solve this." And whenever she said that, I was like, "Oh, I remember that." Um, but I just thought that was cool
We've
because
already
it's
seen
like Euler's method was developed by Euler a long time ago, and it ended up being the method that was used to send us to the moon, which is just incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so crazy too. It's like, um, I, re I remember somebody talking about like machine learning and how we're like really getting to a point where like machine learning's kicking off. But all of the, maybe not all of the technology, but a lot of the technology comes from statistics. It's just a statistical machine.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing like transforms and stuff. So that's when they call something a transformer, it's literally just a matrix transform where you're taking the input data and you're transforming it into something else that's easier to work with.
Mm-hmm.
But like all of the equations and all of the logic for how to manipulate the data to make it easier to calculate on is like ancient. Um, and then we've only just
Have
now
you ever
gotten to a
looked at
point with
how they
technology to where we can actually run the calculations like brute force wise.
right? Have you ever like looked at how a lot of these ancient mathematicians like looked at math?
No.
It's all geometry. Like they didn't really think of math in terms of numbers. In a lot of instances, they thought of math using shapes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And there's
Like
a
if you look at like
ton of like
Pythagoras or
the math that we look at today. It's and you look at like the original derivations. It's just
they describe shapes.
imagine you have a square, and then you do this to the square, and then you do that to the square, and then you do this thing to the square, and from this
Mm.
you could care or determine that this is how things work, and it's like, whoa, that makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And it's like if if your job was just to play with these shapes and look for things, like I don't know, it makes it a lot less. It makes it less abstract whenever you start pulling
Right.
shapes into it instead of just using purely numbers. So like one of
Right.
my best or one of my favorite examples of like calculus and where the area of a circle comes from, the equation for the area of a circle, is there's this video by Three Blue, One Green.
Three blue, one
I don't know
brown.
if you, yeah, Three Blue, One Brown,
Yeah.
and it's the essence of calculus. I don't know if you've ever watched it, but
It sounds familiar, but maybe not. I don't know.
well, so imagine you're trying to figure out what the area of a circle would be.
Yeah, and I think the explanation is you take like whatever the radius of the circle is, you make a square that's that exact dimension too. So if it's like radius 3, then it would be like a 6 by 6 square centered so that the edges of the square are the tangent to the four quadrants of the circle, right? And then so like you pick a distance for how accurate you want to be. So like let's say it's 1 or zero point 0.1 or something. And then every 0.1 on the xy, like so every like instance you count, is that in the circle, is that outside of the circle? And the ratio of those two numbers is pi. It's like
Uh, well, so yes, that does make sense. I'm talking more of which maybe I misunderstood something that you said. Um, like you're not trying to figure out pi. You're just trying to figure out how do you where does the equation for the area of a circle come from?
oh, okay.
Um, and so what he does is he takes a circle and he cuts it up into a bunch of concentric rings of varying thicknesses. And then you take those rings and you stretch them out, like cut them at one point and then stretch them out to their full length.
Yeah.
Um, and after you've done that, the longest one will be the circumference, right? The longest, most
Right.
outside ring, its length would be the circumference, um, which is 2 pi r, right? The Now, if you took those rings and you ordered them from like longest to shortest, you would end up with a triangle, right?
Yeah.
You can play it from here and it'll kind of show it. But
Yeah, no, I see the triangle.
and
Just bigger than.
the height of the triangle would be 2 pi r, right? But for the tallest one, the width of the triangle would just be r because it's
Yeah.
the it's all of the thicknesses of the rings. And so from basically the top of one thickness to the
And
bottom
that
of the
that
outside one
basically
would be the same
transforms
distance
the circle into
as
a
the
triangle,
radius.
and you can very easily
And you just
calculate the
do,
surface area of a triangle.
yep, 1/2 base times height. So it's 1/2 times r times 2 pi r, which gives you pi r squared.
Um, I
And
want to say,
any details how like as the rings get smaller and smaller and smaller, your triangle becomes more and more a triangle exactly.
yeah, this is the analogy that I was talking about though, for like calculating pi. I thought this is what you were getting at. Like you take a
Gotcha.
square, and it's like certain points fall within the circle, certain points fall without the circle. The
Uh-huh.
higher, like, the closer these lines get, the more accurate you're gonna be. So as the limit
Yeah,
of
the
as
smaller you get of the squares, the individual
yeah, the distance
squares,
between the
the
dots. Um, the closer your approximation becomes to actual pi, but the thing is, like, there's an infinite amount of space between this point and that point, so it's literally a never-ending calculation.
right.
Um, but it's still so fucking fascinating the way that yeah,
Oh,
everything
hold on. Watch the
eventually.
next one. Watch the next one. Oh man,
Oh wait.
the
Should be A
one
B
you were
something
just watching, it
close.
was the one after it. So I don't know if it'll still be the one after it. We can try though. So scroll
Oh,
down one.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all
Well, if it
good.
was the same channel, it would be in his shorts.
It would be. It'll have like a little box sliding across and hitting another little box.
Oh, this one? Yeah, I
Yes.
watched this one. This is
Yeah,
freaking
this one is
fascinating.
really cool.
Especially like with the audio, because it goes like.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah, this thing, it's like 3,000 collisions.
Yeah,
And how it
it's
estimates
cool.
pi.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, do you remember this? I think I shown you this a long time ago. Where like
I don't remember this.
you take a square that's layer 0. It has a area of 1. And then for layer 1, you add 1 square to each edge of the first square. So it goes from 1 to 5, and layer 2 would be 13. So I came up with this when I was in like high school, and I eventually came up to the solution like a week later that if you look at it, you've got like this blue square that is the area of whatever your current layer is. So like in this case, it's 2. So it'd be 2 uh, plus 1 times 2. This is technically 3. So it'd be 3 by 3 to get 9 pink squares, and then 2 times 2 to
I
get
feel
4
like
blue
I
squares.
remember you talking to me about this. I don't know if I've ever seen you have it written down.
Um, but I found a pretty elegant solution of just like basically for each layer you calculate whatever the current layer is and the previous one because they interlace perfectly and they don't
Uh-huh.
overlap. And so because of that, it's like to calculate layer 11, it would be 12 times 12, 144, plus 11 times 11, which is 121. So 121 plus 144 is 265 or something. Yeah, 265. Um, And so it's relatively easy to do the calculation once you understand the concept. Um, so anyways, then my question was, what happens if you do it in 3D?
Uh-huh.
So instead of edges, it's faces. So it goes from 0 to 7 to 25 to 63, and so it's like the numbers get way bigger, way faster. So for the 11
Right.
dimension or the 11 length, it goes from 265 to 2047.
How did you decide how much was added with each dimension? Just 2 more
Um,
for like the
Basically
initial
add a
number?
cube to each face. They're the same as here. So we're doing one square to each edge of the first square, and then one square to each edge that isn't going to create an overlap, right? Um, and so then here in 3D, we're just doing faces. So it's like, it becomes a
Right, but
diamond.
for like 4D, how did you decide that
Well, each
9
added
squares
axis
would be
adds
added?
2 faces. So if you go from 4 to, if you go from 4, or from 2 dimension, 4 edges, to 3D, you have 6 faces. If you go from 3D, which has 6 faces, to 4D, you have 8 um, different faces, because each axis only adds 2 sides. There's a positive and a negative to each axis. So technically in
Fair enough.
1D, you could do the same calculation in 1D. It just wouldn't be very interesting. Because it would literally just be a constant. Um, so going to 4D, you can see the transition. So it goes from 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 to um, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's going up by 2 every single time.
Right.
The thing that's crazy about this is, like, when you get really big in dimensions, it grows like exponentially on top of exponentially. Um, and so anyways, the point that I've gotten to with this is I want a formula that, so, and if I go to, yeah, here are the polynomials that solve those equations. So
For like
at the,
each dimension
yep,
or
so this is 1D, not very interesting.
oh, I see.
Um,
Okay.
this is 2D. So you have 2 times n plus 1 squared minus 2 times n plus 1, which perfectly maps out to this equation. Um,
Uh-huh.
and so anyways, but every time you add a dimension, you add, like, it goes up a power. So here at the 10th dimension, you have to the power of 10 of n plus 1. And
That
then
makes sense.
there's always some constant in front of it that you multiply by. So here the constants are 2 and 2. You go up a layer, it's 4/3 and 2 and 8/3. You go up a layer, it's 2/3, 4/3, 10/3, 8/3. And these are the actual
How are you
factual
determining the
solves.
constants?
I was hand solving them.
Oh,
Um, which is not efficient. Um, Eventually for
they always
these, I ended up running a Python code to get some of these, because it was like,
right.
I'm not calculating that by hand, because it's like to the, like, 10,054 2,835ths. It's like, what the fuck is a 2,835th conceptually? It's like, it breaks your brain.
Yeah.
Um, but the thing that I've always wanted to do is, yes, definitely a nerd. I've always wanted to get a equation that will, well, it's not really an equation, because it's gonna grow with the number of dimensions, right?
Are you thinking more of like a proof of something?
Well, this is in essence already kind of a proof, but like, um, technically, I guess it's only proofed up to 10 dimensions. I've only
Oh yeah,
proven
and a
that up.
proof of what?
Um, a proof, well, I guess that's the equation that generates this, which this is the technical, like, proof that backs those functions. Um, where basically if you If you take this is like the hard data that is the area at each of the different dimensions. You can plug it into these polynomial equations and it'll map out. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is like the I don't know what it's called. I guess it's kind of the problem. I know it's like very high level mathematics because I was talking to somebody um, who was like a math professor, and he helped me um, generate some of these higher polynomials. And I asked him if there's a way to extrapolate this from just getting the each dimension and like basically having a set um, equation that will generate these constants. Because each constant
Right.
can
Like
be
if you
calculated
gave me a dimension, I would just be able to tell you what the
what the
constants of
constants
each
would be.
power is.
Right, and there are patterns in here, and that's why there's certain highlighting, and that's part of what I was talking to him. The first one is always 1. And then it's always alternating positive and negative. So negative, positive, positive, negative, negative, positive, negative, positive, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. And if you add all of the constants, they equal 1. So 2 minus 1 is 1. 2 minus 2 plus 1 is 1. 4 thirds minus 2 plus 8 thirds minus 1 is also 1. So there is an equation that equals 1 that you input the number of dimensions and can solve for the constants. I just don't know how to approach that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where this problem has taken me over almost 10 years. It's been like 8 years or so. And I don't like I can wrap my head around
It's
these
fascinating.
I can wrap my head around these first 3 dimensions in terms of like shapes and spaces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Getting to this
You
point,
telling
it's
me
like,
you can't wrap your head around a fourth dimensional space? What do you mean?
well, I can't envision it. I
What
can
are you, some kind
understand.
of three-dimensional creature or something?
Yeah, I'm a fucking loser. But like the funny thing is like once you get here, it's like I can understand the concepts of how to get there and how they interact and behave, but I can't like kind of like here you can correlate everything to like shapes, like literal shapes, calculate the area of the shape, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you could do that too. It's just I can't picture the shape, and there has to be a way. Um, and there are even more patterns like too. Like when you go from an even to an odd, the only thing that changes now you're subtracting it. So like for instance, going from one dimensional to two dimension, if you negate both of these, so you turn positive 2 to negative 2 and negative 1 to positive 1, it literally copy and pastes right here the whole fucking equation, right? Then all you have
Mm-hmm.
to do is solve the new bot, right? And I imagine that this extrapolates further, and once I solve out all of these fractions, it'll probably make more sense, maybe. But I have tried doing that. Um, but the thing is, here you have that same pattern where these are directly opposite. Um, and like it's literally taking that one out and taking this one out, taking this one out and taking this one out. So it's like every other one gets like negated, and you replace it with something from a different like exponent. It's like these two and these two. Um, I don't know. It just fucking breaks my brain, especially the bigger you get, because then it's like you're negating 5 things from the previous dimension,
The
but it turns into a
largest
perfect solve.
the largest denominator is always divisible by all of the other denominators, is it not?
Yeah. 105 times 3. 15 times, what is that? 7? And then 5 and 3.
Wait.
So 3, 5, 7, 3.
So the pink denominator is 7 times the green denominator.
Yeah.
Is the blue denominator 9 times the pink denominator?
No. It goes back to
No,
3.
it goes back to 3.
Yeah. So
I can't
let's
hardly
let's
see
do
the
the
tell the numbers apart.
let's see. Let me zoom in a little bit here. So going from
There's something
2
weird
over
about the
1
pink for some reason.
to 8 over 3 is 3 times. 46 over 15 is 5 times. 352 over 105 is 7 times. And then technically you are probably right, and I'll explain why. But the thing is, when you get to see,
Also, where does that random 175 come from? And that 587 or 67?
so technically the dark blue that would have been 9 times the pink, both the top and the bottom were divisible by 3, so it gets reduced to 315.
Oh,
And that, I'm pretty sure that will happen every time you get to the 9. So you'll notice how,
right. So the next one should be 11 and then 13, just like your pattern of increasing.
yeah, well, I think, well, I don't know, I haven't mapped out anything higher. I don't know if it would go from 3, because technically this is going to be 3 if we put the actual numbers here. Okay, so I don't know if it's going to go 3, 5, 7, 3, 5, 7, 3, 5, 7, or if it's going to go 3, 5, 7, 11, because technically it's relative to the previous. So I don't know. Maybe reducing them is part of the problem. Maybe I shouldn't be reducing them. Oh, but then technically,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't reduce them, I think it would follow that pattern of 3 and then add 2. Well, technically starting at 1 and then adding 2 every time.
yeah,
But yes, obviously you're going to eventually come into things that are not prime numbers and that can reduce and everything. But
yeah, it just, I was using Python to solve a lot of these and then print out the proof to me so I could go back and hand check the stuff. This is like coming up with these numbers is hard.
yeah.
And it would probably be easier if I like
How hard would it be just to calculate what that first coefficient's supposed to be?
the first one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Um,
Well, I guess the last coefficient.
oh, this one.
Yes.
Um, well, every other time it's easy. Because for instance, like this one, I can copy down, and this one I can copy down. 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 The hard part is I then now have to sort out um, what the ratios are going to be, and I don't exactly remember how I was doing that. It's like a long, like I had a whiteboard in my office, and it was just filled with this shit. Um, the first 4 or 5 dimensions or so fit on the whiteboard. But like in order to solve them, you have to do linear equations, and
Uh-huh.
it takes into account like literally all of them. It's like you can't really solve one without the other unless you have some point of reference to the others. So like to solve this one, I also have to solve this one and this one and this one and this one and
Are the
the new one.
numerators related in any way? Like in a single column, are they related in any way? Go from 2 to 8 to 46, 352 to 1126.
There might be some kind of a curve to it that
Right, I'm
the only
just thinking
problem.
for a single column, if you could figure out like what the pattern is for each column, then you just because like if it's always if the denominator of that is always going to be, you know, 2 and 2 where it's the same and then it'll multiply by whatever the previous one was plus 2, um, then you should be able to come up with an equation that would give you that coefficient, at least the denominator part of it.
Hmm.
Does that make any sense?
Yes and no.
Because there appears to be some kind of pattern there, but you would probably want to kind of somehow proof out that that pattern would hold before you just, you know, brute force to the 100th dimension and then see that
Yeah,
you were wrong.
I think brute forcing to 10 dimensions is fine. It's definitely enough data. It's a little bit limiting because it leans towards some patterns that might not fall true. And then brute forcing the next one takes
Well, the whole
exponentially
point
longer
of
to
like a
calculate.
proof, right, is that you prove something through, you know, base logic so that you don't have to crunch the numbers to infinity.
Right. Which is where these original polynomials actually came from. You'll notice at the start we have 2 times n plus 1 minus 1, and then you have 2 times n plus 1 squared minus 2 times n plus 1. A lot of that correlates down to um, the fact that you're adding one axis that has 2 sides each time.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like a lot of these are probably going to approximate to 2 once they're fully solved and simplified and whatnot. But like, um, what I was going to do is I could take like, to get rid of the denominator numerator question, I could just do 24 and 12 and 24 and 30 and 12 and 6, and this is now a 3 and this is now a 3. And then I do not know 15 times 46 off the top of my head. 690, 15, and times 15 would be 50, times 15 would be 40, and 10 and 4. So we go 2, 2, 24, 24, 690. And then technically we could go through and no, we can't reduce that because this is an odd number. It would be like 3 over 2.
What's 690 divided by 24?
Um, 28.
75. 690 divided by 24? Why am I getting 28.75?
Oh, I'm doing this in Programmer
690.
Calculator.
Oh,
Sorry, I
it's
was in
just
the wrong calculator.
gotcha. Well, dang, I was hoping it'd be even.
But I do see what you're saying. It's like for the first dimension, I'm sure there's a curve that I could plot. I just don't know if there's a curve that I could plot that would predict, like, part of the problem um, is, technically speaking, I don't know that this is going to fit on like a normal curve. Um, where the acceleration, like I don't know if it's a x squared type curve or an x cubed type curve. So if I
Right.
were to like pull open Desmos and let's see, solving out some of these bigger numbers is going to be hard because I have to multiply times like 45, for instance. Wait, I might also be an idiot. Yeah, it's not 690, it's fucking
46,
46.
right?
Oh my god. Well, that's going to change things. Now times 45, let's go ahead and just do this one more. I don't want to do all of them, but then this is going to be 3 times 46, which is 120 plus 18, 138. This is 196. 45 divided by 3 is 15, times 8 is 80, plus 40, 120. And then 45 divided by 9 is 5, so 50 plus 20 is 70. 12, 4. And it's interesting to notice the 45 correlates here. I almost wonder if there's like a way to reference this in that. There has to be, because they're clearly somewhat tied together. Um, but part of the point that I wanted to make is calculating the polynomials for the third dimension. You're effectively calculating each layer of the 3D from the 2D. So you do like 1 times base layer, 2 times every other layer, which makes things more complicated. Anyways, let me go see if there's any tangible way to let's see, say 1, 1. That's our base. 2, 1, then 3, 3, 3, comma 3, or no, 4, comma 3. So the funny thing about this graph is it does have a trend that is kind of an exponential curve. But the exponential curve is a fitment, generating a function that generates 1, 1, 3, 3, 15, 45, and then 105, and then 315. It's a weird fucking equation. And that's the thing that he was trying to explain to
Maybe
me
you
is
need to
it's like,
pop out numerical methods in order to estimate it.
yeah, maybe. But he explained to me that it is solvable. there is a solution for it. Um,
How does he know
how,
that?
well, he was a professor.
Yeah, but what's his like? There's got to be some reason behind that, right? Or is it just like a philosophy thing where that's his belief as a mathematics professor that everything out there has a solution? Because there's
He work,
mathematic teachers that think that and ones that don't.
yeah. Well, he works with a guy that like specializes in this type of stuff. And I asked him if he could talk to him about it. He's like he would talk to him, but I never heard back from him, and he doesn't work with us anymore.
Mm,
Um, it's some field of mathematics that I don't understand.
fair enough.
Um, because there's like he explained to me that it's like not necessarily the forefront of like mathematics, but it's like one of the highest like levels of uh I guess data science where like it's always theoretical. Um, it has real solutions, but it's like it has no general use. So it's not like a common field that many people go into.
Right.
Um,
Well, that's probably what they thought about calculus whenever Mr. Newton
Einstein was the
was,
only guy.
or not Newton. Yeah, Einstein was the only guy looking. Well, technically, I don't think Einstein was the only one, but
He's probably the only one that they knew of, though.
one
I
of
was
a
like,
few.
there's a handful.
Yeah.
And he was definitely the forefront in his bunch too, in a lot of ways. There were some people that were like
He was the one that at
contributing.
least got the most attention.
Yeah. But yeah, I
All right. I
wish.
really need to go to bed. This was an
Yeah,
enjoyable talk, though. That's neat. You should definitely, you know, keep, keep,
researching.
yeah,
I'll
researching, pitter-pattering away at it. Who knows? Maybe you'll solve something that could, change the course of humanity in 600 years.
big doubt, but maybe. I'll keep you updated though. I'll go through and redocument some of these polynomials that I
Yeah, if you
generated.
find anything interesting, let me know, because
Yeah,
this is definitely fascinating.
it's definitely some nerd shit though. But you have a good night and good
Yep,
luck with your work tomorrow. Maybe I'll
yep.
see you around.
Sounds good. See ya.
See you. Damn. Now I want to go down this rabbit hole of numbers. But that is not what this stream is going to be for. I do not think. I need to. I need to work on the input bus for this thing. I'll probably start with this one actually. for a minute. I don't know what to do there. Nice. Mm-hmm. Technically speaking, I could put one of those, or two of those on the front. Trying to decide how I want to do the input buffers here. So I have an 8-bit input for A and B, and I don't know if I should intermingle the two and have one shared bus for both, or if I should have two separate buses that don't intermingle at all, because both have side effects. And I feel like what I should do is similar to what I've done in the past. With previous designs, but I also want to try to make it better. maybe instead of working on busing, maybe I should work on the shift register, which is probably pretty important. And I also need to build a comparator. I'll start building one. Build it over here. Hmm. So what I'm working on building right now is a shift register, where either the input comes through unaffected, or it gets shifted left, shifted right. I've built these in the past. I'm just trying to see if there's any way to make them better. So what we want to do is technically at the end here have something like this. And we need AND gates going both directions. The OR gate, so basically I think, do I have a whiteboard? I do. So if we invert this coming in, then we invert it coming back out. We can disable this by enabling that. If I pass a 1 in, it's disabled. We allow it. Okay, cool. Now I want to enable this anytime I'm trying to pass through a different output, which means I probably want to move this back a little bit. So then this wait. Technically I want to do something like this. These come down. Except I don't want this to affect the other torches, so really I want to do something like that. Ah. Okay. So now we need AND gates from these. Okay. Do the same thing on this side. Okay. So then this I'll leave it alone. I want to be able to trigger them independently at the same time and opposite of each other. Ooh, but if I replace this with glass, now they're disabled. Put the redstone here. Okay. And those are still going to trigger that. Fine. Actually, it might be better that way. Now from here, and this. So if this goes, oh yeah, we also want an AND gate for which direction that's gonna go. Where that's the input to one prong. So it would be like that. Ending two different ways, left or right. This is going out that way. Then this would pair there, but I need to make it smaller. So this output going to two separate AND gates. Okay. And then these will get either ANDed or negated. It's from technically, get rid of this tick of delay. I can't. But I can. Torches there. Rid of all of this. And these need to be glass. Okay. Okay. I just need to repeat that again. Okay. And then that. Move this output somewhere else, actually. I just don't want it to backflow. So let's see. The output of these is the only part that's important. So we move these up. I'll need to add some delay to this. For now, this up. Actually, if I'm adding delay, I don't even need to go up. I would just do it like that. And here, here. Okay. I bet there is a way to do that. I want to be able to power that, and this all with one torch. Except them be opposite. I'll think about it. This enables the output. Turn that off. This turns on. Okay. Turn this off. And enable the carry, which is already is. And then which output technically correlates to this? I'm trying to think. Technically, turn this off, turn this on, turn this off. That's on. And then this this off. These are the actual outputs. I think. So oh, these need to be uninverted, I think. I have broken my brain. Okay, if they are off, this is on. Let's see. So inverted input then comes out over here. And this is how we're going to carry it over to the other ways. It's reinverted, reinverted, reinverted. That's taking... It's just inverted the wrong way. So I turn these on. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that later. I have a shifter on this one, which I think I pulled out over here. And as much as I like this thing, it works well, it's also just a fucking nightmare of a shift register. I feel like I've gotten close to this in the other world. I just lost track of what I was doing. I like that idea. We have half AND gate, direction bits. Okay. I think the main thing that I like about this is it's it doesn't use any like pistons and whatnot. The only concern that I have is that it's not balanced in terms of timings. And a way to check that is be like 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3, 4, out. So this should be 1, 2, 3. I should add a delay to this output somewhere. Which I can do there. That should work in theory. I'll have to test it though. I don't remember what a lot of these switches do. So that's no change to the output. This outputs to the address above, which I don't need. That is shift right, shift left, barrel. So shift right, no, shift left, turn barrel on. Okay. Shift the other direction. Cool. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to build a copy of this and then test it. me recount the timings again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, so now I've got to find a way to delay everything that's not that one and that one. So these go through a double. So I've got to delay this by 2 and all of those by 2, but they already have repeaters. And what about the left way? Well, the left way doesn't have any repeaters? Are you kidding me? That's left, that's right. Then that's left, that's right. That's left, that's right. Repeaters up here are only going to slow down the left, but not the, or they're only going to slow down one of the left and half the right. So really, also add a delay there. Okay. And those already have delay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, all of these need to be 2 tick. That should fix their timings to where now they should all be like 5. Should be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These need to be adjusted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Means technically that's a 2, that's a 2. And that's also a 2. Just coming from down there. I could simplify this by doing 2 ticks there. 2 ticks there. 2 ticks there. 2 ticks there. And that should just work with perfect timings now that it's balanced. Let me do another test, make sure it still works. Now, one way there's a gap, the other way there isn't. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll probably end up copying that into the other world. The other thing that I need to copy is going to be this comparator rail, which works off of the is the output from the XOR in pink. Yep. So the XOR triggers this, which effectively tells you if it's greater than, less than, or equal to, like the two numbers. If A is greater than B, A less than B, A equals B. Hmm. Yeah, I'll work on that tomorrow. I don't want to do it tonight because copying all of this over to that other world's going to take a long time. So I think for now I'm going to go cook, I'm going to eat, I'm going to get some sleep, and then tomorrow I'm going to be up early to live stream because I don't have anything else to do tomorrow, which I guess is later today. But if anyone's out there watching, thank you for watching. I love you, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.